whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottara. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting to this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya, Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I will make you all Subramanya.
इत्येवं निष्कलं प्रोक्तं परं भावमिति स्मृतं सृष्टिस्थं लोकरक्षार्थं लोकस्योत्पत्तिकारणं साधकानां हितार्थं तु स्वेच्छया गृह्णते तनुः.
Paramashiva, the ultimate supreme being, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his free will for the protection of the universe, for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees. On July 5th, receive the direct blessings of Paramashiva. Be showered with his grace and offer your highest gratitude.
नन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्ति भक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects and blessings. Today I want to introduce direct words of Paramashiva given to Parashakti on the enlightened civilization. How an enlightened civilization, Hindu nation, should exist. Paramashiva has elaborately, with 139 chapters, detailed accounts, manual for emperors and
Nithyanandam, on the auspicious day of Guru Purnima, Bhagavan himself, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, comes as Guru and accepts all our suffering, karma, and gives us the auspicious blessings of enlightenment itself. On this day, devotees new and old have the opportunity to offer the Adi KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Leela Kshetra Mahayajanam. Adi KAILASA is a Punya Kshetra where the avatar himself has performed so many Leelas, so many manifestations of Shaktis and enlightenment itself. It is the place where Paramashiva's vision and mission started. It was in the kutir where, even with just half a roof above his head, Swamiji envisioned an entire nation. It was under this very banyan tree where souls were able to experience enlightenment at the feet of Swamiji. It was in the laughing temple, the Ananda Gandha, where simple, innocent, intimate conversations and laughter was experienced at the feet of the Guru. It was in the Anandapuri courtyard where miracles and superhuman abilities were kindled in the Balasants. It was in the Vaidyasarovar where the waters of rejuvenation, cleansing and detoxification were energized and kept. It was in the Rajsabha where intense completion and inner healing manifested in many individuals at the feet of Swamiji. And it was in the Tirukailaya courtyard where Swamiji forged enlightenment products for instant enlightenment and spiritual healing. Wherever the avatar had performed these leelas, that exact spot radiates the energy of the avatar for an eternity. Just as Subramanya Swami waged the war in Tiruchendur and established his powerful presence there, in the same way Sita Devi worshipped, created a Shivalinga that Sri Ramachandra worshipped in Vameshwaram. The very act and the Leela performed forges the permanent presence of that deity, of that avatar in that kshetra. The Yajanam includes rituals and archana worship of Swamiji at these various locations in Adi KAILASA, which have the exact benefit of the Leela that Swamiji had performed there. In this Yajanam, the Guru Mantra Samputita Guru Gita Mahayaga is offered at Adi KAILASA at the Nithyanandeshwara temple here. It is a yaga, a fire ritual, where the Guru Tattva that is described in Paramashiva's Agama Guru Gita is invoked, that the Guru Tattva is invoked in Agni, in fire, and worshipped with the sacred Guru Mula mantra along with the verses of the Guru Gita, the words of Paramashiva himself on the greatness of the Guru. In the Guru Gita, Paramashiva himself explains that each syllable of Guru Gita is not even, no other mantra can match 1/16th of the greatness of even one syllable of the Guru Gita. Every syllable of the Guru Gita is the mantra Raja, the king among mantras. These mantras are sacred to the worshippers of Guru. In this yaga, the Guru Mula mantra along with the Guru Gita will be chanted, offering the oblations to Guru invoked in the form of Agni. And finally, the living avatar, Swamiji himself, will be accepting the Pratyakshapada Puja on this very day. That is a ritual that any devotee will be able to participate in and take the blessings of Swamiji on this Guru Purnima day. These three rituals, homas and pujas, are the Adi KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Leela Kshetra Mahayajanam. Remembering those beautiful moments of enlightenment in Kshetra, in the Adi Kshetra, in the Adi KAILASA Kshetra, offering gratitude for having those moments, offering gratitude and worshipping Swamiji to always be in your life, established in oneness, in the Guru Tattva, and finally worship, surrender at the feet of Swamiji himself. This is a beautiful offering that anybody can take a part and celebrate on this Guru Purnima day. If you are interested in offering this yajanam, please go to kailasa.org/Guru Purnima. Nithyananda.
Nityanandam, everyone. So first I want to express my deep gratitude to my beloved Guru Swamiji, who has always showered the most auspicious things on me, always. And to be honest, like, I'm still in shock. And when it happened, I froze for a few seconds afterwards. I couldn't do anything because I couldn't believe it. So basically, Swamiji blessed me with an amazing breakthrough in third eye reading. So right after third eye reading, blindfolded. So wearing that blindfold and then seeing a word that a partner was showing. So basically, right after the initiation, Swamiji blessed everybody, saying everybody's going to start manifesting all the powers. So I put the blindfold on, and my father is the one who wrote the word. And for the first time, so I can't even explain how it happened. The word was it was a French word. It was a 6-letter word. And it just appeared in my space, just like that. And I said it. And I was in an unclutched space. It's not like I was trying to, figure out like, oh, what is on this paper? I was so unclutched at that moment. And I said the word. So in French, it's oiseau. In English, it's bird. And when I said it, my father said, yes. And I said, what? And then he said, yes. And then I said, no. And then so he had to convince me, and then I took off the blindfold and I saw the word, and then I froze. It felt so overwhelming. It's really the first time that it's so easy, and I realized that being in that unclutched space is the most auspicious space for power manifestation, like the feeling connection to Guru and not being greedy about any result, So when the space is so open like that, then he can simply flow through and give that revelation and breakthrough. So that was the most biggest breakthrough that I wanted to share with all of you, because I'm still in this belief and gratitude. I would say that it makes me realize how third eye vision and all this power manifestation is really our true nature. Like it's really easy, like it's such a flow, right? Like we're so aligned to existence itself and in the flow, and that's the way that we're meant to live. Like that's how we're designed to live. But we don't realize that, and we think it's such an extraordinary thing because in this society, you know, so much conditioning is happening that we think this is something, you know, out of the ordinary, when in fact it is the state and the space that is the most aligned to our true nature, which is pure consciousness. So for me, that's the biggest. It's very very transformative, and just seeing how much society just dumps so much conditioning on all of us, you know, and we don't even think that these things are even possible, when in fact, you know, enlightened civilizations, that's the way that they used to live. Like that's a lifestyle. It is a lifestyle. It's a science. It's a lifestyle. So getting back to that, you know, being able to be showered like that by Swamiji, and, you know, the fact that he is an avatar, he's here to give that super conscious breakthrough to humanity, is the biggest blessing that we could receive. And we're so blessed to be guided by an avatar in this life. We're so blessed to be given the opportunity to just be in that space. So everyone, I invite everyone to join all the programs with Swamiji, because it's not only, you know, power manifestation, it's everything at once. Because when completion happens, then power manifestation happens, and then it's like such a virtuous cycle. So really, any opportunity that you have to, you know, do a program with Swamiji, you should just jump in, and you'll see like so much transformation happening in your life. So beautiful. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. My name is Nandini. I'm 19 years old and I go to uni and I study IT management. I live in England, and I first came across Swamiji through a friend. He told me about Swamiji, showed me YouTube videos, and told me about third eye and the powers that he had manifested. At first I didn't believe in it, but that changed in November last year when I took part in a 2-day program where I received a Kundalini awakening and my Atmalinga. Swamiji's information-packed videos also taught me a lot about Hinduism, SDHD, and how to feel empowered and confident, as well as being true to myself. Before this Kundalini awakening, I was an atheist. I had no faith in any religion, and I lived a really westernized lifestyle. And I feel like ever since the Kundalini awakening and receiving my Atmalinga, my physical health has improved drastically. Like, I feel like my immune system has gotten really, really strong. It also opened up loads of new doors for me because it boosted my confidence. I was able to get some interviews which I wanted with companies that I wanted to work for. And I also experienced quite a few breakthroughs during these Paramashivoham sessions. So I did the first batch, and in the first batch, I really had some amazing experiences. One of the tasks that were given was to create a Ganesha out of flour, turmeric, milk, and sugar. But I missed out on the sugar. I found out after that I was meant to use sugar too. Anyways, I fed the Ganesha water and milk, and it took it, which made me feel really powerful, like I had manifested Swamiji in me. And another powerful breakthrough that I had during the same sessions was not during the same session, sorry. This was like when after I did puja and I gave like offering to the same Ganesha that I made, and I gave it a little almond. I came back the next day, I looked at the almond, and there was 2 really deep teeth marks on each side. And I was like, it made me feel really happy, and like I was like, wow, like this is powerful. There's actually God. And it really proved to me that this is real and Swamiji is real. Other Shaktis that I gained from the first batch sessions was remote reading. This batch, I've been able to have a breakthrough in body scanning, which I didn't have last time. And mind over matter manifesting. I started off with coconuts, which I successfully did, and then I was able to roll it forward and change its direction. And then today I manifested mind over matter with lemons, oranges, and a tennis ball. So I made them move forward. I feel like Swamiji just gives me the strength to be able to manifest Paramashivoham in me, and I have eternal love and gratitude for him. Thank you, Swamiji. And I guess I now feel confident in myself to be able to do anything that I truly want to do. And I can achieve whatever I want to achieve, and I will get it. Because I have Paramashivoham manifested in me. Yeah.
Modern science says that all that exists, whether manifest or unmanifest, is a probability. Infinite probabilities create a quantum field of infinite potential. An observer collapses the probability wave into a particle. Your intention thus creates the reality. Called the observer effect, it is the very act of observation that precipitates any reality into existence. Hinduism is far advanced than this primitive understanding in the modern day. Hindus know this field of infinite potential as Paramashiva. Paramashiva permeates everything, manifest and unmanifest. He is intelligent, compassionate, and a myriad other auspicious qualities. Our scriptures provide detailed descriptions of how to invoke His presence on the earthly plane, the visualizations that manifest Him, the mantras, sounds that invoke Him, how He looks, His various dimensions, the actions that please Him and have His blessings rain on you, the times in the past when He has manifested for us and led us through a breakthrough. Hinduism knows the art of communing with Paramashiva to manifest any reality we want. And when our effort and all the knowledge isn't enough, He Himself incarnates in human body to show us how, to liberate us, to show us where we are stuck, to take us to oneness. Pratyaksha Pada Puja to His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda, Paramashiva incarnate. Sit at His sacred feet. Let Him awaken you to your field of infinite possibilities, to your oneness with Him. Register now. Pratyaksha Pada Puja.
इत्येवं निष्कलं प्रोक्तं परं भावमिति स्मृतम् सृष्टिस्थं लोकरक्षार्थं लोकस्योत्पत्तिकारणम् साधकानां हितार्थं तु स्वेच्छया गृह्णते तन्मुः.
Paramashiva, the ultimate supreme being, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his free will for the protection of the universe, for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees. On July 5th, receive the direct blessings of Paramashiva. Be showered with his grace and offer your highest gratitude.
Hey, Nithyanandam. My name is Kala, and I live in Southern California, the Los Angeles Temple Sangha. That is my spiritual community, and I feel profoundly blessed to have come into that fold because they welcomed me so beautifully. My friend Peter, who has been a devotee and a follower of Swamiji for I don't know how many years, maybe 7, 8 years, I don't know, but about 5 years ago, he started talking to me about Swamiji and inviting me to these programs all over the world. And I was like, yay, Peter, you have a guru, that's awesome. But I wasn't quite ready for that at that time. So fast forward a couple of years, Peter invited me to a demonstration that he was having at his home with a couple of children who had been initiated by Swamiji, and they were doing third eye reading. They had blindfolds on, and I pulled a book out of my friend's shelf and handed it to like a 7-year-old kid, and he started reading words he wasn't familiar with, and it was so legitimate. You know, you see people saying, oh, it's not real, it's not real. I was there in person. I had the experience, and when I experienced that, I thought, oh my God, I want to be able to do that. I want to crack open my third eye, because I've been working on opening my third eye for years. My Kundalini has been active and awake since 2004, but I've never really known what to do with it. So after that demonstration, maybe a year later, I went to a 2-day workshop at a home in North Hollywood. And during that workshop, Swamiji did this thing where he goes, Kundalini, he like wiggles his finger. My Kundalini woke up, got really activated, and was moving all over the place. Prior to that, no one has ever been able to connect with my Kundalini and command it or call it and have it do anything. But that's exactly what happened in that moment. And I was blown away. And when that happened, I knew that there was something amazing going on with this being halfway across the world who could like wiggle his finger, and my Kundalini became activated. I was like, okay, so there's something special here. So I started watching satsangs and satsangs and satsangs, and I started getting initiated into these powers online from someone that I'd never met, had never seen, strictly through a video, video, and that was incredible. So I started rolling coconuts off of people's hands. I rolled a coconut off of a man's hand who was in Iraq. That was the coolest thing ever for me. Because prior to that, I'd been trying to manifest powers on my own because I've known that that's possible. But it finally took me connecting with Swamiji and him awakening my third eye and him manifesting these powers through me that gave me the ability to finally do this. And I couldn't be more grateful. I knew that when my Kundalini awoke in 2004, at some point I would want to find a teacher that would show me what to do with all of this energy, because I know that it wasn't just awake for no reason. And that teacher turned out to be Swamiji. And over these years, he's no longer my teacher. He's absolutely my guru. Like what he's been doing in the world, how he's been just giving and giving and giving and contributing to humanity and healing people and feeding people, and his whole purposeful being, his whole purpose for incarnating was to help us awaken to the fact that we are Paramashiva, that we are source, that we are cosmic consciousness, and that's why he's here. And I am excited to be a part of this movement, to be a part of this global community that is daily manifesting powers. We're talking about people all over the world that Swamiji is blowing his energy through, that he is sharing his awareness and his consciousness through us to awaken us. Thousands of people all over the world manifesting powers all at the same time at different times of the day. And that is awakening us more and more to the fact that we're not just human. We are super conscious beings, and we're capable of expressing infinite powers. And that is what Swamiji has been blessing us with every day. And I never thought that I would want or have a guru, because that's never, being in the Western world, that was never really my energetic space or how I have approached life. I've always thought you're responsible for your own spiritual growth and evolution. And if you have someone that you're dependent on, then you're not really doing your own work. But all the work that I've done in my life, you know, doing the yoga, doing the meditations, being vegetarian, being vegan, having my Kundalini awaken, all of that was in alignment with this lifestyle that I've been introduced to, that happens to be Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is what Swamiji is awakening, is reawakening actually for the entire world. So the light just went on, and it was like a major click. Oh, Guru, he's guiding me. He's the one who can show me what to do with all of this. He's the one that can actually help bring me to that space of authentically knowing, not just intellectually knowing that I am the source and I am cosmic consciousness, but having that as the experience, my waking experience. And Yeah. I felt before Swamiji came into my life, I really felt like I was on my own, that I was on this spiritual journey that I've been on for a really long time, that I was by myself, that I was responsible for everything by myself, that, I've been parts of different spiritual communities, but I'd never connected with a being that I actually could feel in my inner space, could feel when I'm manifesting powers. And I would say that's a massive difference from like pre-Swamiji. I was not manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. I was not doing third eye readings for people and helping to advise them with Swamiji, advising them through me. I wasn't able to manifest the power of Mahima, making people taller, because Swamiji wasn't in my life yet. I wasn't able to do remote viewing before I connected with Swamiji. Swamiji remote views through me. All of the powers that I get to express, that's Swamiji expressing through me. And I have to say, expressing powers is one of my favorite things to do ever, because the space of oneness that you have to get into in order to express these powers is so blissful, so peaceful, so expansive. You get to be in a space of oneness and connectivity with everything. You get to drop the thoughts. Like your mind, my experience is my mind just goes to sleep, and I just allow Swamiji and his energy to flow through me, and that is what is manifesting the powers. So I would say pre-Swamiji, I wasn't manifesting powers. I wasn't stepping into these gorgeous spaces of oneness as much as I have been with him.
At least once in life, come face to face with God. A glorious tradition in Hinduism is Pada Puja, when the divine Paramashiva radiates through the master to receive your worship and love, bless you, comfort you, empower you to meet your desires, remind you that you are him, not the limited human existence you identify with. Today, Paramashiva himself lives and walks among us as His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Compelled out of deep love for you, He has descended in person to awaken you to the experience that you and He are one, and that He happens exclusively for you.
If you decide you, me, you, I'll give me to you.
Come experience the ultimate, the Parama, that you possibly can. Allow yourself to receive what God has personally come to tell you. Come sit at His feet by performing the Pratyaksha Pada Puja.
The world is not just the totality of economical, social, political, or environmental. There is something more, something called consciousness. We are consciousness. If the world wants a complete solution, a permanent solution to coronavirus, we need to approach things with a spiritual understanding, consciously. It is the responsibility of Hindus to give the conscious solution. Where else could it possibly come from? With the euphoria created over coronavirus, we're not even looking at solutions. Too taken back by fear, our attention is never to be on solutions. The external world factors, facts, figures, counts, news, fake news, fear, greed, everything cannot be allowed to distract us from being engaged with and focused on solutions for our life and livelihoods. Our inner world, inner self, the immutable consciousness that is us, cannot be allowed to be disturbed by the amount of fear. This is not just beating around the bush, it's beating around the entire world, missing too much. Then how can we expect our generalized, unconscious decisions, the extremely unconscious decisions, can ever provide a lasting solution to Corona? It will be just the next Corona 2. It will be next until we bring the correct approach. The global crisis of Corona facing humanity requires a universal approach. We are all consciousness. We have the same source. We need a collective solution and a conscious solution to the collective threat facing humanity. Ignoring our inner space, ourselves, as consciousness can never be accepted. It will never be accepted by our own self. We cannot deny ourselves, cannot deny our source consciousness. The money can't make us happy. Our consciousness is beyond that. The crisis facing humanity is beyond just medical, economic, social, political, physical, psychological. We need a global solution, a conscious solution. The only available civilization with proven consciousness-based solutions is the civilization of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The history is too vast. This Chaturmasya, 4 months from July 5th to October 25th, spend time building the superconsciousness-centered new world order, the new future. All the delusion-based industries are going to become irrelevant post-coronavirus. Cleanse your own source consciousness, starting at home. Humans sitting together to heal the global consciousness and setting a new way forward. A consciousness-based, no longer a currency-based life. Consciousness-based is the only permanent solution moving forward. Having money inside can never guarantee we feel truly wealthy. Only a healthy and healed consciousness can ensure real wealth. Responsible leadership. Become a responsible leader for a consciousness-based solution from the consciousness-based civilization.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottara. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada, lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya, Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I will make you all Subramanya.
इत्येवं निष्कलं प्रोक्तं परं भावमिति स्मृतम् सृष्टिस्थं लोकरक्षार्थं लोकस्योत्पत्तिकारणम् साधकानां हितार्थं तु स्वेच्छया गृह्णते तनुः.
Paramashiva, the ultimate supreme being, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his free will for the protection of the universe, for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees. On July 5th, receive the direct blessings of Paramashiva. Be showered with his grace and offer your highest gratitude.
Understand? Relaxing into the truth, the origin is intelligence, gives you the tremendous freedom from the feeling you always carry. You are not given justice. Please understand, in the whole world, every person who has a mind feels he is not given justice. Don't think. How can you say a statement like this, Swamiji? Every person. I tell you, every person. I mean it. I am not exaggerating. Even though usually I do, in this statement I am not doing. I am making it very clear. I am not saying whether you are feeling you are not given justice can be justified by your logic or not. That is dependent on your logic, which can support that argument. But anybody who has a mind feels he is not given justice. If you think origin is matter, you will never be able to heal that feeling. You are not given justice. You are not given all the chances you are worthy of. You are not shown all the possibilities you needed to be. You always grudge, grumble, suffer. I tell you, if you understand It is independent intelligence which is source. Suddenly the healing effect, whatever is happening is justice, don't worry. Telling you, in my inner space, I am completely relaxed because I know the source is intelligence, not matter. It is not dead matter, which is running based on some arithmetic automated computer or arithmetic logic. No. It is intelligence. So when you know it is intelligence which is source of the universe, origin of your existence, the tremendous healing in your feeling, the tremendous trust to live, the tremendous trust to exist, tremendous joy to be. I tell you, that is the greatest thing which can happen to any human being. Joy to be, joy to exist, feeling you are given the worthy justice. Your source is an intelligence. It is not a dead matter, chaotic happening. Understand? What I am talking is not a kind of a belief or a faith. Again and again and again when you hear, it becomes almost like a hypnotized theory. No. Source is matter is hypnotizing theory. Not source is consciousness. Source is consciousness is experiential theory. The existential theory.
my trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a blissful life, a life with no more strife. Can't believe the things I do, just to spend a little time with you. Nothing will compare, I know you will take care.
You're always showing us compassion, your love is endless like an ocean. Nithyananda, Nithyananda, my life's become a meditation. Ever since we had a deep connection. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see you, my consciousness expands. Oh, my heart begins to dance. And
Nithyanandam, on the auspicious day of Guru Purnima, Bhagavan himself, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, comes as Guru and accepts all our suffering, karma, and gives us the auspicious blessings of enlightenment itself. On this day, devotees new and old have the opportunity to offer the Adi KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Leela Kshetra Mahayajanam. Even with just half a roof above his head, Swamiji envisioned an entire nation. It was under this very banyan tree where souls were able to experience enlightenment at the feet of Swamiji. It was in the laughing temple, the Ananda Gandha, where simple, innocent, intimate conversations and laughter was experienced at the feet of the Guru. It was in the Anandapuri courtyard where miracles and superhuman abilities were kindled in the Balasants. It was in the Vaidyasarovar where the waters of rejuvenation, cleansing and detoxification were energized and kept. It was in the Rajsabha where intense completion and inner healing manifested in many individuals at the feet of Swamiji. And it was in the Tirukailaya courtyard where Swamiji forged enlightenment products for instant enlightenment and spiritual healing. Wherever the avatar had performed these leelas, that exact spot radiates the energy of the avatar for an eternity. Just as Subramanya Swami waged the war in Tiruchendur and established his powerful presence there, in the same way Sita Devi worshipped, created a Shivalinga that Sri Ramachandra worshipped in Vameshwaram. The very act and the leela performed forges the permanent presence of that deity, of that avatar in that kshetra. The yajanam includes rituals and archana, worship of Swamiji at these various locations in Adi KAILASA, which have the exact benefit of the leela that Swamiji had performed there. In this yajanam, the Guru Mantra Samputita Guru Gita Mahayaga is offered at Adi KAILASA at the Nithyanandeshwara temple here. It is a yaga, a fire ritual, where the Guru Tattva that is described in Paramashiva's Agama Guru Gita is invoked, that the Guru Tattva is invoked in Agni, in fire, and worshipped with the sacred Guru Mula Mantra along with the verses of the Guru Gita, the words of Paramashiva himself on the greatness of the Guru. In the Guru Gita, Paramashiva himself explains that each syllable of Guru Gita is nothing, is not even, no other mantra can match 1/16th of the greatness of even one syllable of the Guru Gita. Every syllable of the Guru Gita is the mantra Raja, the king among mantras. These mantras are sacred to the worshippers of Guru. In this yaga, the Guru Mula Mantra along with the Guru Gita will be chanted, offering the oblations to Guru invoked in the form of Agni. And finally, the living avatar, Swamiji himself, will be accepting the Pratyakshapada Puja on this very day. That is a ritual that any devotee will be able to participate in and take the blessings of Swamiji on this Guru Purnima day. These three rituals, homas and pujas, are the Adi KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Leela Kshetra Mahayajanam. Remembering those beautiful moments of enlightenment in Kshetra, in the Adi Kshetra, in the Adi KAILASA Kshetra, offering gratitude for having those moments, offering gratitude and worshipping Swamiji to always be in your life established in oneness, in the Guru Tattva, and finally worship, surrender at the feet of Swamiji himself. This is a beautiful offering that anybody can take apart and celebrate on this Guru Purnima day. If you are interested in offering this yajanam, please go to kailasa.org/Guru Purnima. Nithyananda.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a compelling spiritual force of our millennium, founder of an international socio-spiritual movement, pioneer of a modern Vedic renaissance. Born in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai, a yogi by birth, fearless spiritual explorer, beacon of divine power, Paramahamsa Nithyananda is today an inspiration for millions on the path.
All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami.
Adept in ancient mystical yogic sciences, researcher of the science of spirituality, guru for enlightenment. Every year, Paramahamsa Nithyananda shares with over 1 crore people worldwide the treasures of his wisdom, the joy of his laughter, and the incomparable power of his initiation. Now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda speaks on living enlightenment, solutions for blissful living.
All of my dreams, all my desires.
Join us for an unforgettable spiritual experience.
I can say this is the most sweetest space to exist for Arjuna and for Krishna. Because here, both these fellows, one is telling kill, the other is going to do the killing. And this fellow is saying, how can the eternal one will be cause for killing? Are you are telling him to kill and he is going to kill. And you are saying, how can the eternal one be the cause of killing? I can say very clearly, the highest spectrum of the existence, Atma, soul, is touching the lowest spectrum of the practicality, physical action. Please understand. The highest spectrum of soul, the existence, consciousness, without losing its purity, without losing its formula of existence. See, neither killing nor getting killed is the
way of existence for consciousness. But that ultimate truth, without losing its ingredients. See, the consciousness has many ingredients, many kalyana gunas, the auspicious qualities. In that, one quality is neither getting killed nor being a cause for killing. Means achala, unmoving, not being cause or the effect of anything which is happening. So that pure spectrum of existence, that pure presence landing in human action without losing its grace and the formula of existence. Let me try to give you some example. Like a man who is really, really rich, the richest man, without removing any of his suit, costly dress and the diamond rings and watches, with a full makeup, fully dressed, coming down to the sewage and cleaning it without losing his grace, but cleaning the sewage. Understand? His highest spectrum of existence, without removing any of his paraphernalia or his qualities expressing his grace and wealth, coming down and cleaning the lowest, dirtiest place. Krishna, without losing his way of existence, his components of existence, his formula of existence, is bringing his pure presence into the lowest action. Lowest action on the planet Earth is killing somebody. The Panchama Bhadagas, killing is the first sin, worst sin, the lowest action, especially killing your teacher, Acharya. Forget about Guru, Acharya. Acharya Droha itself is considered to be one of the worst killings. He is bringing the purest form of existence to the lowest level of action. Please understand, through this only action is getting purified. Presence is not becoming dirty. There's a big difference. Sometimes the richest man comes with all his jewels, watch and everything, gets into the drainage, he becomes dirty and goes out. He does not clean the drainage. So that is totally different. Then you should say, drainage made richest man dirty. Not that rich man made drainage clean. So here, Arjuna tried his best to make Krishna dirty. When Arjuna gave all his dharmic, logical arguments, how can we live after killing these fellows? Let us become a sadhu and beg and eat. If Krishna says, yes, O Arjuna, you are such a great dharmic person, I forgot all the things I learned from Santibani because I was all the time remembering about Gopikas. Anyhow, you reminded me and now I learned the lesson. Come on, let's turn the chariot and go back. Then you can say, drainage has dirtied rich man. But now it is not the case. The pure presence without compromising its existence, its Ananta Kalyana Gunas, auspicious qualities, landing to the lowest action and purifying it. I tell you. Beautiful incident from Ramakrishna's life. One guy who is addicted to alcohol, extremely addicted, can't live without it, his body will start shivering if he doesn't drink. One drunkard who can't stand without drinking, he goes to Ramakrishna and says, Bhagavan, one great thing, Ramakrishna was respected as an incarnation even while he was in the body. Very rarely, few people I know who have been respected, at least by their disciples as an incarnation. Swaminarayan, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi. Not the whole society accepted. Whole society can never accept. Whole world can never accept. If that happens, then Satyayuga will come, and what will happen to Kali Yuga? Anyhow, this guy goes and begs Bhagavan, please somehow liberate me. I am a sinner caught in this drinking, unable to escape. Ramakrishna says, all right, from tomorrow, before drinking, take the bottle, pour little in your hand and offer it to Mother Kali, do the offering, then drink the bottle. This fellow got a little confused. And he says, what do you mean? You mean to say I'll stop drinking, I'll not be able to drink just by this act? That's all is the solution. Something great then. You are the best master for me. That fellow one side can't believe it can help. The other side he thought such a simple solution. Great, come on. Let us enjoy then. But after 2 days, that guy comes and falls at the feet of Ramakrishna and cries, Bhagavan, I am not able to drink. I don't know what you have done. One of the main things human beings do not know is power of initiation. When a master puts certain words into you, when those words start working in you, you do not know what all is going to happen in you. I can say the one-liner for initiation is expect the unexpected. Expect the most unexpected is the one-line introduction for initiation. Somebody goes to Sharada Devi. That guy is a womanizer. Womanizer, very dirty guy. Not only mentally, even physically, perverted guy. Sharada Devi was a very beautiful lady. If you see her first photograph, it is taken at the age of 40s, after Ramakrishna passed away, left the body. But you won't feel she is 40. You will see very clearly, because in that extraordinary sensitivity and grace, she just puts her head down in shyness, in shy feeling. She looked less than 25. We look just like Rajeshwari Devi. The moment this fellow enters her room, Sharada Devi feels uncomfortable and just covers herself. Then this fellow understood that his eyes are not proper, the way he looks is not proper, that's why mother is covering herself. He just falls at the feet and asks, Ma, free me from these lustful eyes and my womanizing habit. Sharada Devi had a betel leaf next to her. She takes one leaf and puts it at her feet. The right thumb, she puts that leaf and just takes that leaf and gives it to him and says, eat this. The reminiscence says that guy writes the reminiscence after 22 years of this incident. He says, I forgot whether I am a male or female from that betel leaf. Over. Forget about womanizing. I did not go near even my wife. I stopped even going near my wife. I don't know what has happened to me. He writes, after 22 years, now when I am writing the incident only, I even remember 22 long years passed without having women in my life. He says 2 nights is the maximum gap. But now 22 years, just one betel leaf. Understand the power of initiation. Whenever you receive certain words, don't come to conclusion without living these words, practicing these words. If that guy thought, ordinary betel leaf, that also she put her feet on it, dirty betel leaf, how can that clean the dirt in my mind? Then you can be sitting for your whole life. And at least this is a betel leaf. Ramakrishna's solution, just a word. Pour it in your hand, offer it to Kali, and again pour it and pour inside, over. Oh Ma Kali, oh Ma Kali, oh Ma Kali, and drink, over. What is this? What kind of solution? But power of initiation. When the highest existence lands to the lowest action is purified. I promise, Arjuna did not kill anybody in the war. Krishna did not cause killing in the war. Because such pure presence
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. experience physical and mental healing, discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Nithyanandam, on the auspicious day of Guru Purnima, Bhagavan himself, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, comes as Guru and accepts all our suffering, karma, and gives us the auspicious blessings of enlightenment itself. On this day, devotees new and old have the opportunity to offer the Adi KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Leela Kshetra Mahayajanam. Adi KAILASA is a Punya Kshetra where the avatar himself has performed so many Leelas, so many manifestations of Shaktis and enlightenment itself. It is the place where Paramashiva's vision and mission started. It was in the kutir where, even with just half a roof above his head, Swamiji envisioned an entire nation. It was under this very banyan tree where souls were able to experience enlightenment at the feet of Swamiji. It was in the laughing temple, the Ananda Gandha, where simple, innocent, intimate conversations and laughter was experienced at the feet of the Guru. It was in the Anandapuri courtyard where miracles and superhuman abilities were kindled in the Balasants. It was in the Vaidyasarovar where the waters of rejuvenation, cleansing and detoxification were energized and kept. It was in the Rajsabha where intense completion and inner healing manifested in many individuals at the feet of Swamiji. And it was in the Tirukailaya courtyard where Swamiji forged enlightenment products for instant enlightenment and spiritual healing. Wherever the avatar had performed these Leelas, that exact spot radiates the energy of the avatar for an eternity. Just as Subramanya Swami waged the war in Tiruchendur and established his powerful presence there, in the same way Sita Devi worshipped, created a Shivalinga that Sri Ramachandra worshipped in Vameshwaram. The very act and the Leela performed forges the permanent presence of that deity, of that avatar in that kshetra. The Yajanam includes rituals and archana, worship of Swamiji at these various locations in Adi KAILASA, which have the exact benefit of the Leela that Swamiji had performed there. In this Yajanam, the Guru Mantra Samputita Guru Gita Mahayaga is offered at Adi KAILASA at the Nithyanandeshwara temple here. It is a yaga, a fire ritual, where the Guru Tattva that is described in Paramashiva's Agama Guru Gita is invoked, that the Guru Tattva is invoked in Agni, in fire, and worshipped with the sacred Guru Mula Mantra along with the verses of the Guru Gita, the words of Paramashiva himself on the greatness of the Guru. In the Guru Gita, Paramashiva himself explains that each syllable of Guru Gita is nothing, is not even, no other mantra can match 1/16th of the greatness of even one syllable of the Guru Gita. Every syllable of the Guru Gita is the mantra Raja, the king among mantras. These mantras are sacred to the worshippers of Guru. In this yaga, the Guru Mula mantra along with the Guru Gita will be chanted, offering the oblations to Guru invoked in the form of Agni. And finally, the living avatar, Swamiji himself, will be accepting the Pratyakshapada Puja on this very day. That is a ritual that any devotee will be able to participate in and take the blessings of Swamiji on this Guru Purnima day. These three rituals, homas and pujas, are the Adi KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Leela Kshetra Mahayajanam. Remembering those beautiful moments of enlightenment in Kshetra, in the Adi Kshetra, in the Adi KAILASA Kshetra, offering gratitude for having those moments, offering gratitude and worshipping Swamiji to always be in your life, established in oneness, in the Guru Tattva, and finally worship, surrender at the feet of Swamiji himself. This is a beautiful offering that anybody can take a part and celebrate on this Guru Purnima day. If you are interested in offering this yajanam, please go to kailasa.org/Guru Purnima. Nithyananda.
Samaarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. इस समय हमारे साथ उपस्थित सभी दर्शकों और भक्तों का मैं प्रेम एवं आशीर्वाद सहित स्वागत करता हूँ. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Lotus TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha in Janashri TV, Ishwar TV, all over the world. The city is sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. I have a wonderful announcement. First, from December 1st, we will be having the Satsang morning 7 to 8. We are preponing the Satsang time. After 3 surveys, majority of the devotees, listeners, viewers are requesting the 7 to 8 will be much better than 8 to 9. So, we will be moving the morning Satsang 7 to 8. Between 7 to 7:40 Satsang and 7:40 to 8 dial the avatar calls. I will be attending to your calls and blessing you all. And we have also organized in all the channels you will be listening to my voice in that language. For example, in Sadhana you will be listening in Hindi. In Lotus channel you will be hearing in Tamil. In Janashri you will be listening in Kannada. So each language you will be listening in your own language. How? You can see. So Pada Puja will be happening every day from morning 6 to 7, Satsang from 7 to 8. The morning yoga for the ashramites will be shifted to evening. Morning Akada and yoga will be shifted to evening. Soon we will be having live Satsang in Telugu channel also in Telugu voice. We are signing contract in different channels. It will be 7 to 8 in the Satsang in your own language. And 7:40 to 8 dial the avatar. I'll expand today on the same subject, sannyas. Today 21st batch, Inner Awakening, 21st day. The conclusion day, we will be working on a unique process, unclutching from all the incompletions in the biomemory level. Sannyas, please listen. All over the India, people are doing sannyas yatra. All our sannyasis are doing sannyas yatra, doing padayatra, inspiring youngsters to take up the life of sannyas and to live with intelligence. From more than 20 places all over the India, people are doing Padayatra towards Tiruvannamalai, from Tiruvannamalai all together to Bididi Sannyas Yatra. And I also have one more announcement that from December 1st, Nithyananda TV English, Nithyananda TV Tamil, Nithyananda TV Kannada, Nithyananda TV Telugu, all four will be functioning. And Nithyananda TV Hindi, 5 will be functioning. You can expect a lot of wonderful spiritual programs. Let us expand on sannyas. The purpose of human life, you experiencing completion and, please listen, you experiencing completion and working, radiating, showering. Please understand, I am using 3 different words: working, radiating, showering. Others also with the same space of completion. This is the first and foremost goal of life. Completion, completion, completion. Be established in the space of completion. Go on helping everyone around you to reach the space of completion. Help yourself to be in the space of completion. Go on enriching everyone to be in the space of completion. Understand, in no other lifestyle you can live in completion. Go on inspiring people to be in the space of completion. Sannyas brings out best of you. See, a common middle class man spends almost 90% of his life in just food, shelter, clothes. These 3 literally takes away his 90% of time, because 1/3 of his life goes by sleeping. In the remaining 2/3, first 25 years goes to get education for food, clothing, shelter. When you start making all that, you are already 50, waiting for death. So, a large part of your life disappears just trying to get food, shelter and clothes. All I am trying to tell you is, by offering sannyas, I take away that basic problem from your life. Now come on, start. Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter, to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottara. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya, Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I will make you all Subramanya.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलम् अचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, and we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We welcome all of the viewers joining us across the world. It's at this time that we gather, no matter where we are from the Eastern time zone, the Western time zone, whatever time it may be, it's this time that devotees across the world, millions of us, an alarm goes off inside of us, a sweet alarm telling us to join into and listen to the divine revelations from Paramashiva himself, the Nithyananda Satsang. It's at this time that whether we are getting ready to go to work for the day and start our day, or we're getting ready to go to bed, we all tune in to the Nithyananda Satsang to align ourselves to the ultimate goal within our lives. Each of us, Sri Kailasa Vasis, recognize and understand that we are each blessed to be a part of this grand happening, the happening of the avatar of Paramashiva on planet Earth at this time. No matter the economic and social turmoil, the coronavirus pandemic going on, the global lockdown, no matter all of these things that are going on the outside, we are seeing happily continuing to manifest powers, living and manifesting a super conscious breakthrough. One of the most opportune, altruistic, most compassionate gifts that Swamiji has been giving us is the Paramashivoham Level 2 program. Over the last 7 months, we are in season 7 of the Paramashivoham program, and it has been a absolute delight. The most exciting thing to literally see a super conscious breakthrough manifesting in a way that has never been manifested before. Over the last 7 months, over 5,000 people have literally had a super conscious breakthrough, manifesting the quantum enlightenment through quantum entanglement. It is the easiest way that so many thousands of people have awakened to the highest reality, started functioning with the highest frequency, energy at the same time on planet Earth in probably the entire history of planet Earth. The universe, the Earth, all the planets are witness to one of the most phenomenal times and historical periods that we have ever had in the history of life itself. Over centuries, we have had incarnation after incarnation. When the cosmos itself decides to attend to the next level breakthrough, next level consciousness breakthrough on planet Earth, and avatar of Paramashiva descends on planet Earth, Swamiji, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is revered and worshipped as the incarnation of Paramashiva today on planet Earth. In Sri Kailasa, we are celebrating the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam. Over the last few days, if you've been seeing, it's been an extremely beautiful event, being able to offer our deepest gratitude towards the Guru. And if you've been tuning into the pre-satsang, the satsang introduction before we soak in the divine revelations of Paramashiva, of Swamiji, we have an opportunity to hear the stories of so many different Kailasavasis around the world who have been absolutely transformed, absolutely benefited, and are sincerely grateful for Swamiji happening in their lives. it's during this 10-day Brahmotsavam that we are able to remember with sweet gratitude and sweet memories that the divine happening of the avatar in our lives. Each day we've been understanding a new aspect, a different aspect of Guru in our lives. For example, Swamiji's utmost compassion, or the way that just through Upanishad, just through the way that we can sit in his presence, and the initiations for manifesting Shaktis will just become downloaded in us, and simply, just like that, just through simple sitting in the presence of the divine incarnation, we are able to manifest superhuman capabilities. Today, we are excited to go into the aspect of Swamiji, aspect of Guru, which manifests abundance, wealth in our lives. As we are seeing in our outer world, these systems which society has created are crumbling down to the very essence. Wealth has no meaning anymore. Currency has no meaning anymore. Stock and whatnot has really a very insignificant amount of impact in our lives. In the future, we are already seeing how the hold that economy, stock, currency, and recession, all these terms and all these different factors in our lives are slowly losing their grip on our happiness, our consciousness, and how we define our life. Therefore, we are opportune at this time to have Guru in our lives, to awaken us to the ultimate possibility, the possibility of going beyond wealth, of being able to break free from that insecurity which in society is absolutely gripping, that instills so much of fear inside of us, that we go through our whole lifetimes not being able to break through. And perhaps even for many of us, that fear of being without any wealth, being in poverty, that very fear drives us to the whole extent of working day to day, of continuously destroying our health, destroying and neglecting our family. All of these repercussions happen when we are driven by the fear of losing wealth or living in poverty. But with Swamiji's initiation and guiding, Swamiji has literally broken through these different factors, these different insecurities for millions of us across the world. Just in this area of manifesting wealth and abundance, there are so many people who have been able to literally break through their experience before. And today we are really lucky to be able to hear from those, a handful, I can say, not even a handful of people who have had this experience, manifesting abundance in their life, manifesting wealth, and not only that, becoming a pillar in the grand mission of Sri KAILASA, and breaking through all of their insecurities about wealth or the hold that society may have them on what may be right and wrong. All of these people have literally manifested that superconscious breakthrough. These are the kinds of breakthroughs that really matter in our lives. So without further delay, I'd like to welcome a few people who are gathered today to share with us about how they have had the experience in their lives about breaking through this insecurity of wealth, and how Swamiji manifested in their life this abundance and bliss, breaking through all of these different types of incompletions that we may have. So first we have Ma Prasanna from San Jose. Thank you, Ma, for joining us.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yes. Thank you, Mazio. So go ahead. I first would like to introduce you to the viewers, where you're from, what's your background, and even tell us a little bit about how you came to Swamiji. And of course, what we're really interested in today is the breakthroughs in manifesting wealth.
Sure. So I live in Menlo Park, California. And I've known Swamiji since 2009. I actually met Swamiji in Seattle when I was doing my postdoc in University of Washington, Seattle. And that postdoc actually didn't last that long because at the moment we went to Seattle, we went to the temple and we were so magnetically pulled toward the temple that I think almost every other day. Sadashiva Priya was a little kid and she was in the temple. I'm sure she was bored of seeing us every day, but that was like a little club and we would go there every day and I would see her doing puja of the deities and so much devotion was there. There was all the volunteers were so amazingly connected to Swamiji and the whole temple was just vibrating with energy. So I didn't do my postdoc for very long because I met Swamiji. So I started in June and then I met Swamiji in maybe November. And then the moment I met him, I realized that this postdoc is a stupid thing. I need to go and work on my enlightenment. So I quit my job and I went to Birdi for my first inner awakening. And after that, it's been an amazing journey with Swamiji. I've done so many inner awakenings and every single time I feel like I get more and more from Swamiji. He just keeps adding so much to our lives. And sometime maybe in 2014 or 15, maybe one day I was in the office and I got a phone call from my husband, Shrikant. And he told me that, hey, I just got a call from JSV Swami. And he said that Swamiji has a very pet project that's something that's very close to his heart. It's called the Sarvagya Pita project. And Swamiji, so he wanted to ask if he wanted to contribute towards that project. And then my husband said that, hey, I just said yes, because I think, I really, really want to contribute towards this. So how do you feel? And I said, of course, no questions about it. And then he said, but there is a money commitment. And he said that this is how much you should spend, is the minimum amount to become a Sarvagya Pita contributor. And I said, and we had that money at that time because we were thinking of buying a house. And I said, no doubt in my mind, just let's just, contribute towards the SGP project. And both of us are very aligned on the fact that, if it's close to Swamiji and Swamiji is asking someone to call us to ask for a contribution, it must be a very important project that's very close to his heart. So both of us were very aligned that this is the right thing to do. And turns out we were the first Sarvagya Pita Yajaman. So that's exciting, of course, but it also made us feel happy because one big click we had was that we can never add anything to Swamiji. Don't ever think that you can pour some money or something at his feet and you can add something to him. Never. When he asks for a contribution, he's basically asking for karmas. And that's a beautiful opportunity. And one should never miss the opportunity when Swamiji gives you the opportunity to contribute towards one of his pet projects, because it's a beautiful chance to let go of your karmas and become part of Swamiji's mission. And you cannot add anything to him. It's just him out of his divine compassion and love that he's giving you an opportunity to be part of that project. And that's only his compassion. So that's something to never be missed. So that was my first experience. And somehow after that, whatever we contribute just keeps coming back many times, multiplied to us. And we bought a house and all of that happened. And our plans didn't change just because we took some money out of our bank and contributed towards Swamiji. Swamiji just keeps pouring on us, and we've just been so blessed. The other big, beautiful opportunity I had was in 2016. I think I was in the ashram at that time, and I didn't have a job. I was looking for jobs, and my daughter was in the Gurukul. And I was very clear at that point that I had worked for a few years. And I realized that, just doing a job for some few $1,000 is not making me happy. And it was actually making me feel unhappy and drained. So I said, I decided that, any money I earn will go towards Swamiji's project, because that's the only way I feel like I'm working towards a higher purpose. So I was in the ashram and I was interviewing for jobs. I didn't have a job in hand. And I remember being in the courtyard and telling Swamiji that, Swamiji, if I get a job, I want to contribute that 1 year's income towards the Sarvagate project. Or actually at that time I said I want to contribute it towards the San Jose temple, to contribute my full year salary towards the temple. And then he said that, don't worry about the San Jose temple. I'll complete with Mas Nehemi and with Meenakshi. Don't worry about your commitments. Let's, why don't you contribute towards the Golden Temple, because that's really close to my heart. So I said, okay, Swamiji, if that's what you want, then let me do that. So I decided to contribute my salary towards Swamiji's Sarvagate project without even having a job in hand. And turns out, while I was in the ashram, I interviewed for this position, and I got the offer while I was in the ashram within a few weeks of my committing. So basically, when you make a commitment towards Paramashiva, he just makes everything happen. He just aligns everything, because now it's his job to manifest that for the temple. So that was the second big click I had. And now we are kartas, but it just feels like, it makes me feel like I'm working towards a higher goal. The people who work around me, they're working towards some small goals, like, okay, buying a car, buying a house, providing for my kids, blah, blah. But I think all of us in the Sangha will agree that all of us know that anything we do, the undercurrent of everything is Swamiji, and we are working towards enlightenment and towards whatever Swamiji envisions as the best thing for humanity. So that, I think, the context from which all of us work, when we pour time, pressure, talent into any of Swamiji's project, the context is so different. Our whole life is revolving around Swamiji's mission, and I think all of us will agree that it's the best way to live and the best reason to work, even if you want to earn money. So I think I would encourage everybody to take the leap and experience this, because once you commit something to Paramashiva, it's he who will make it happen for you. You don't have to do a thing. I can tell you this from experience that you can work towards, you can work for your little goals here and there, but then when you work towards Paramashiva's goals, then all your little goals will also get fulfilled and accomplished effortlessly. So yeah, I think that's all I have from my side.
Ma, that was so beautiful. It was so nice to hear you share. And of course, I remember, of course, in the temple in Seattle as well. Even when I was little, and of course, there was no way that I could get tired of seeing you guys at that point in time. But it was such a vibrant sharing from you. And it really could see that no matter what, going through and having that trust towards the Guru is really what manifested so much of abundance, happiness, bliss in your life. And the way that you're vibrantly sharing, you're so happy about it and sharing with the whole world today, it really shows that trust in the Guru, that beautiful amount of deep surrender in Paramashiva himself, as Ma Prasanna had put, is ultimately what guides us to so much further abundance in our life and so much further bliss. So thank you, Ma Prasanna.
Thank you
for sharing with us your story and really how the avatar, how Swamiji Paramashiva literally intervened into your life and made this breakthrough happen. We have Ma Saras from United Kingdom with us also, who's here to share her journey and the breakthrough as well that she had in manifesting wealth, manifesting abundance as a SJP as well. Ma Saras, thank you so much for joining, Ma. Go ahead.
Nithyananda. So actually, I was really enjoying Ma Prasanna share because I can literally echo everything that she said. it is such a beautiful experience to be offered. It's actually what happens is it's all with Swamiji's grace. When we are presented with these opportunities, it's only by his grace. And so for me, I met Swamiji in 2016. And with my mom together, we immediately became Sarvanyapita Yajamans, just because of the temple as well, the Golden Temple. And actually, soon after that, my income started increasing. And then what happened after that was we continued to offer to Swamiji, because obviously we realized it's coming from Swamiji, it's only there to give back. And as Ma Prasanna beautifully said, it is only our karmas that he's taking. So he's just showering us with so much wealth and taking our karmas. And I think it was 2018, we went to Birdi for a Paramashivoham program. And over there, we actually literally emptied out everything that we had in our bank. And it was such a strong buzz. It was such a powerful energy field that we just had no fear, but we came back with nothing. And immediately when I came back, I also didn't have a job at that time. So when I came back, I got a contract, which was a very long contract at multiple times of what I was earning before. So it was just so beautifully placed by Swamiji. And as Ma Prasanna said, I'm just echoing literally everything that she said. It is just by his grace that everything happens. When you say, hey, Swamiji, I stand for something that you strongly believe in, something that you are actually setting up, creating for the whole world to enjoy, for the whole world to experience a superconscious breakthrough. To be a part of that is such a privilege and such an honor. And one thing I remember Swamiji saying in the past, he doesn't accept from everyone. So it really is a beautiful honor to be part of this beautiful family, the Sarvanyapita family. And still, I knew there's something more that we have to be given. And when we were doing season 1 of Paramashivoham level 2, and just listening to Swamiji's Tyaga, it actually hit our core at that time, really hit our core. The Tyaga that he has done at every level, just for us, just for the whole world to experience this breakthrough, the purpose that he's come and assumed a human body, and just seeing the persecution, the atrocities that have been happening really hit us and made us take the jump for Sarva Parityaga. And Sarva Parityaga is when we actually said everything we have, all the material belongings that we have, whatever we feel is our identity, our homes, our whatever it may be, our material component that we relate to as identity, we actually felt so honored to offer that. And straight away, we started doing whatever was required. Of the burden that was lifted from us. We felt so light and so energetic, and we could just see that so many incompletions and patterns became irrelevant and redundant. And now we feel that so clear that our purpose is to, whatever's been given to us has been given by Paramashiva. And it is only to give back to Paramashiva. And all we are giving back is the karmas, all the patterns, all the fear, whatever it may be that we've accumulated for lifetimes. That is what we're giving back. So I would also invite everyone to take this jump, literally drop your fear, surrender to the divine, and you will just feel him land inside of you.
Wonderful, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma Saras. I think that inspiring, of course, thing is when you shared about coming to Paramashivoham level 2, and and then doing that ultimate surrender. I think one of the takeaways from what you said, at least for me, is how you're continuously surrendering. It's a deep, the next breakthrough is coming and the next surrender is what you're doing. And I think that's such a beautiful transition that happens, a deeper and deeper opening that happens, which each of us should also understand as our connection with the Guru, our connection with Swamiji. It's never stagnant, never boring, and never becomes still water. It is always something, a flowing river, which brings us to deeper and deeper breakthroughs in our lives. And it was so beautiful to hear from you about your the whole journey, and how, of course, it is ultimately surrendering your karmas and that suffering that we've had at the feet of the Guru. It goes to show how when we surrender whatever we feel, our insecurities, our incompletion of it is, we surrender that at Swamiji's feet. And of course, all of us have this opportunity now during the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam. The Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, and of course, July 5th, we are all celebrating Guru Purnima. It's going to be a real treat for us, especially in the backdrop of coronavirus, economic turmoil, social collapse, and what's not going on the outside. It is this time we have to hold on, start aligning to the spiritual concepts, the spiritual truths that Swamiji is revealing to the world. Hold on to Paramashiva as Swamiji has revealed in the Kailash Courtyard sessions. What you are seeing, the life transformations that you have just seen from Ma Prasanna and Ma Saras as well, these are just two examples of real transformation that has happened to millions of us across the world. One of the opportunities that we have is the Tula Bharam, which will be offered on July 5th, on Guru Purnima Day. And each and every one of us will have the opportunity to offer this. Take one small step towards offering that, whatever karmas or whatever incompletions and sufferings that we are going through, offering that at the feet of the Guru and requesting the blessings and the grace of Paramashiva, of Swamiji, to enter into our lives. Here to share about the Tula Bharam and this beautiful opportunity that we will be all having on July 5th is Ma Vaishali Verma from San Jose as well. Mom Vaishali, of course, is a familiar face on the Satsang introduction for various things, and it's always nice to have you, Ma. Can
Thank
go
you.
ahead and please
Thank
tell
you
us
so much,
about
Ma.
please tell us about the Tula Bharam and of course your experience with the Tula Bharam as well. We'd love to hear it.
Thank you so much, Ma, and Nithyanandam to everybody, and offering my humble pranams to His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And it gives me a great pleasure here today to share about Tula Bharam, especially on this auspicious Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, which we are celebrating. It's a 10-day Brahmotsavam, and if you see all the Sarvanapitas, all the temples, we are vibrantly celebrating the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam. And as Ma Sadashiva Priya was sharing, on July 5th, we will have a grand celebration where we will have an opportunity to offer Tula Bharam at the divine lotus feet of beloved Swamiji. So what is Tula Bharam? And see, first let me start with, we are so, because we are celebrating Guru Purnima, we are so blessed to have Guru in our lives. Guru is somebody who removes all the ignorance and shows us the path to enlightenment. So the biggest blessing anybody can have, the biggest and the ultimate blessing anybody can have, is having a Guru in our life. And we, the Swamiji's devotees and disciples, we are truly, truly blessed to have Avatar, Paramashiva, the embodiment of Paramashiva himself, as our Guru in our life. So celebrating this Guru Purnima, where we are experiencing the Guru, is such a beautiful way. And Tula Bharam is our intense offering of gratitude to Bhagwan, to His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. See, Guru showers us with so many things. And so beautifully, Ma Prasanna and Ma Saras was sharing, and Ma Saras was saying that I'm echoing what Ma Prasanna is sharing. And I can truly say from my experience as well that I truly resonate with what Ma Prasanna and Ma Saras shared, because we are resonating with same thing. So Guru offers so much to us, his grace, his love, his compassion. Just to share with all of you, see, this is like a COVID, a pandemic time going around. But we, Swamiji's devotees and disciples, we are living such a blissful life because of the conscious strength which Bhagwan has given us, because how he has built us consciously with a conscious yogic body, conscious Vedic mind. The immense amount, whether it is health, whether it is wealth, whether it is relationship, Bhagwan just continuously keeps showering us with everything. So Tula Bharam is a very sacred opportunity. It's a very divine opportunity for us to experience, to express our intense gratitude, our love, our devotion to our beloved Bhagwan. It is a traditional, in the ancient Hindu scriptures, it's a traditional offering. Even to Sri Krishna, who is embodiment of Mahavishnu, the Tula Bharam was offered by Rukmani and Satyabhama. So we are privileged to offer Tula Bharam to our beloved Bhagwan. And in Tula Bharam, any dana that is offered as a offering, it removes the karmas from us. Actually, it is called in Hindu scriptures, we called it as Dravya Rupen Panani. So all the karmas, they get stored in us in the form of materials. So when we offer these materials at the divine lotus feet of Bhagwan, all these karmas, we get liberated from all these karmas. So when we are offering the wealth at divine lotus feet, when we are offering the materials as Tula Bharam at the divine lotus feet of Bhagwan, all the karmas, the subtle patterns, the incompletions that we carry gets liberated from our system. We get removed from our system. And when all these incompletions, these patterns, when they are removed, only thing that remains is that pure that consciousness. So now you will be creating, all the karmas related with wealth are removed, then you just consciously create wealth. That wealth consciousness happens inside us. And in Guru Gita, Paramashiva explains very lovingly to Devi Parashakti that only by the grace of Guru, all a person can be all the bondages of the karmas which we carry can be removed. So that only can happen by the grace of Guru. And Guru Purnima is a very, very auspicious occasion when we can offer these divine offerings to our Guru and get liberated from all these karmas. So it's in Tula Bharam, we offer all these offerings equivalent to the weight of His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So it's such a golden opportunity. All of us should come and offer and get liberated for all the unnecessary fear, the unnecessary insecurity, the incompletions, the patterns that we carry, which always keeps us in this vicious circle of all the struggles and all the problems. And by offering Tula Bharam, you get healed from so many problems. Personally, I want to share, Ma, I used to suffer from stage 4 rheumatoid arthritis. And according to, according to the doctors, I was told that I will not be able to walk if I won't get my joints operated. But here I am living such a vibrant, such an energetic life. And the people who know me, they know that I wake up very, very early in the morning and do my Brahma Muhurta yoga and puja. And my sleeping hours is only 4 hours at the max. I walk. I'm such a vibrant life I live, and it is only and only blessing of divine holiness, my Bhagwan in my life. He has healed me of all these issues. So when we offer, see, I have myself offered Tula Bharam, and very happy to share that I am a Sarvanapita Yajman as well. And any offering that we have done, me and my husband, we have done, it has always taken us to the next level. It has always made us experience next level breakthrough. Be in health, be in wealth, be in relationship. Swamiji just continues to shower. We have never experienced any dearth of anything ever since Bhagwan came into our life. See, who on the earth can heal you of that stage 4 RA? It is because of the grace and blessings of Bhagwan that I am living such an energetic life. And I myself has all the degrees, but nothing was helping me out. It was only Bhagwan who gave me this new life. So really humbly requesting all of you that don't miss this glorious opportunity. See, Guru Purnima, it comes only once in a year. And right now, because of the planetary positions also, this Guru Purnima is a very, very special and auspicious. So take that jump, take that quantum jump, and get rid of all the karmas, all the fears. And here, the Bhagwan is here to give you that ultimate protection, that ultimate abhaya. See, here, when all the entire world is suffering from this, having the fear of this pandemic going around, here we have Bhagwan who is giving us that abhaya, that protection. So why worry? Take the quantum jump, get rid of all the karmas, all the unnecessary incompletions, patterns, impossibilities. You will see when you offer the Tula Bharam, any impossibility that you carry, it will get removed from your system. If you want healing for a particular thing, offer the Tula Bharam. See how when the karmas are removed, the body starts healing. So don't miss such a glorious opportunity. Offer Tula Bharam and also enjoy all the glorious celebration, the wonderful celebrations we are going to have on July 5th. Stay tuned and keep enjoying all the glorious celebrations. Thank you so much, and thank you, Masada Shiva Priya.
Yes, Ma. Thank you so much, Mom.
Ma, do we have? Can we share the link to offer the Tula Bharam?
Yeah. So at the below, we'll have a link projected for the Guru Purnima celebrations. We have the link kailasa.org/Guru Purnima for anyone who is yearning at this time to align to the Guru, to hold on to Paramashiva and have their super conscious breakthrough. They can sign up at the link provided for any of the offerings that are happening on the day of Guru Purnima. That includes Pratyakshapada Puja, Tula Bharam, and the other activities which are happening. Stay tuned. In this link, you'll have all of the updates as well. What is the schedule, and what we'll be able to look forward to on that day. Thank you, Ma Vaishali, for introducing us and giving us insight into also a huge part of your life. Of course, all of us in the Sangha know that you're leading the San Jose Sangha in doing Nithyananda Yoga every single day, but few of us, including myself, knew about the miraculous, should not say miraculous, it's a science, of course, it's revealed by Swamiji, but how the healing from Swamiji, how after just that deep trust and surrender for Swamiji has manifested so much in your life. It's truly inspiring for me as well, Mom. Thank you so much for sharing. With this, we had a beautiful sharings from different people across the Sangha regarding how Guru has manifested that sweet abundance in our lives. And it's not just through wealth, but in so many different ways. Just by breaking that one insecurity, that one aspect of wealth, a floodgate of so much of auspiciousness is opened inside of us. And with this, now we can go on to the Nithyananda Satsang and soak today in the divine revelations from Paramashiva himself. I invite all of the viewers to spread this message from Sri Kailasa. Let everyone on planet Earth, all the human beings, have the same grace, have the same opportunity to be blessed by Paramashiva, and have the blessings, the happening of the avatar of Paramashiva happen in our lives. So let's share this satsang and spread across the social media platforms. Let everyone be heard of this great opportunity. With this, we will move and start to get ready for the Nithyananda Satsang. Let us all take the Satya Sankalpa to align to Paramashiva at this time, to align to our ultimate goal of enlightenment, of having a superconscious breakthrough. Let us sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and chant the Mahavakya as we get ready for the Nithyananda Satsang. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahanstani, Dhartaris, viewers, visitors, Sarvanyapida Yajamans, Kartas, Ayakalpa Yoga participants, and everyone sitting with us live on Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Enlighten App, KAILASA TV, Hinduism Now, Twitter, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Paramashiva's message from Sri Kailasa today. Listen, intensely listen. Happening of physical death. Happening of present dying and becoming past. Happening of new birth and happening of future being born. All this happens in same frequency and the cognition with which you operate your life. If you think very immature, powerless way, in binary logic way, about your death and birth
past and future, you will live a superficial life. Anyone gets a matured cognition about the death, birth, past and future lives a powerful enlightened life. Enlightenment does not need any spiritual practice. It only needs spiritual enlightening from proper Guru. It is only a right cosmic legal opinion being digested and manifested. Listen carefully. Enlightenment does not need any spiritual practice. This is directly from Paramashiva. It only needs a spiritually enlightening cosmic legal opinion from an enlightened incarnation and you digesting it. That's all. Listen. How can Paramashiva say you don't need spiritual practice? That is true. All our spiritual practice is just to detox us. It has nothing to do with... None of the spiritual practices can give enlightenment. They only can detox your system and keep you receptive. So when Guru pours energy, powerful cognition, just hold it and manifest it. If you think in the language of binary logic, cheap, immature, powerless cognitions, the people who want to keep you as a slave, most of the so-called developed countries are large-scale prisons where you just concur with the whole system established and you just go with it. You are born, you go to the school and you take up a job, you pay your bills. By the time you are paying your bills, life is gone. Maybe a marriage, a divorce, and kids, and custody, and kids, few Christmas, few vacation, and few sightseeing, maybe a little time for religion, and a little time for being sick, and you are gone. I tell you, if you think about death in a very superficial way, about birth in a very superficial way, about past in a superficial way, about future in a superficial way, you will live very superficial life. Life is not about what you do. Life is all about what you experience about life. Listen. Listen carefully. Anyone experiences the cosmic legal opinion about life, about death, about past, about future, lives very intense life. I tell you. Just now I made a statement. Life is not about what you do. When I made that statement, I meant not about your career, the money you made, the brand you built for yourself. Life has nothing to do with that. All this brand you built for yourself and the career and for what you are known, well known, all that is a lifestyle related, not life related. The car you drove, the house you lived, and the dresses you wore, and the kind of the furnitures you used, or the jewelry you used, and kind of the people with whom you associated, all that is like your lifestyle. Lifestyle is different from life. Early morning when you wake up, what kind of powerfulness you feel about your existence. That is life. What kind of powerfulness you feel about your birth, your death, your past, your future. Last few days I was explaining about building the future, planting the future, planning, not just planning, planting. Listen carefully, listen sincerely. Your death and your past, your birth and your future, all the four are enjoyed by you by a same prism. You see all these four through a same prism, through a same glass. That is called your prajna, your individual consciousness. Listen carefully. If you feel your death is going to take away lot of things from you, and you are terrorized, afraid, frightened, don't know what to do about death, the same thing will exactly you will feel about your past. If you are feeling very threatened, frightened, overwhelmed by your birth, I don't know where I am going to be born, I don't know what will happen to me, I don't know how I am going to grow up, I don't know what kind of body I will get, I don't know what kind of parents I will get, I don't know what kind of people I will be surrounded by. If you have all this about your birth, you will have exactly same thing about your future. Listen. If you feel very calm, cool, comfortable, matured about your death, I know whatever I am integrated to, that cannot be taken away from me. If I am integrated to Paramashiva, that cannot be taken away from me. Understand your SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, does not have power over to steal your conscious treasures from you. For example, every day you have done sincerely Shiva Puja and lived very joyful, sattvic, vegetarian lifestyle. Suddenly your self-doubt or self-hatred, self-denial cannot take away that whole spiritual understandings and powerful cognitions you had. Maybe this SDHD can cloud your spiritual powers and sun, but cannot take it away. Please listen carefully. I made one statement just few minutes before. Life has nothing to do what you do. It has something to do about what you experience. This is what I mean. Your powerful, conscious understanding. For example, when you are cool, calm, meditating, connecting with me, listening to Satsang, you feel like, what death? I know Swamiji will simply come. It's like a department change. And I'll hold his hand and I'll have a private time with him. Now, all the time people are around him. I can't talk to him what I want. I can't spend time with him. I think at least after I leave the body, I'll be just alone with him. If you feel that way, there is no fear instigated in you by the remembrance of the death. Marana smarana, listen to this word. Marana smarana, what it kindles in you is your natural organic existence. Listen. Marana smarana, what it kindles in you is your natural organic existence. If you complete with the Marana Smarana's powerlessness, you will feel so much of powerfulness about your past. The concepts, cognitions, ideas you carry about death will naturally, intensely reflect on your past. You will feel the same about past. Please understand, today what I am talking is a very, very high level. It's like the Satyaloka's truths. I am mapping it in the format of formula for all our binary logical mind. The multi-dimensional truth, I am mapping it to binary logical mind. Your mind, almost 99% of your mind functions with binary logic. I am trying to make the ultimate truth, trying to map the ultimate truth into your binary logic. I only want little patience. Just don't hate me. Just don't abuse me. Have little patience. I commit with you with the grace of Paramashiva and Kalabhairava. I will make this whole understanding into you and liberate you. I am telling you, you don't need a spiritual practice. If you just come along with me, I'll step by step make your brain capture this truth. Step by step, I'll break the knots. So first thing, capture, listen. Sit straight, be fresh, be attentive, listen. Enlightenment is all about how you decide to feel about you. If Marana Smarana triggers, Marana Smarana means remembrance of death. If it triggers insecurity, uncertainty, oh, will I have a natural death or will I die in an accident? Will I be murdered or will I commit suicide? What will happen? I don't know. If the Marana Smarana triggers, fears, pains, feeling terrorized and shivering, all that, be very clear. Your whole life is useless. So decide to spend time on yourself and evolve a very matured being for yourself. That is the biggest asset. Biggest asset a being can have is a matured, happy, joyful, vacation mood. When you remember your death, Marana Smarana should give you vacation mood. Hey, I'm going to have vacation with Swamiji in Kailasa. How long? Who cares? It's a vacation. I don't need to go for my job regularly. I neither need to do my office work nor need to do Sangha work. Hi, bye. If Marana Smarana gives you kind of a feeling relieved, listen carefully. Your cognition about past also will be very light. I tell you, you can feel your whole past was hell. You can feel your whole past was heaven. Both are factually, both can be supported with enough facts. You have enough facts to argue your whole past was heaven. You have enough facts to argue your whole past was hell. You have enough facts to come to the conclusion your whole past was heaven. You have enough facts to come to the conclusion whole past was hell. Listen carefully. Paramashiva beautifully reveals the Kala. Listen. Kala is time. That wheel gets the bump whenever you have undigestible, intolerable, negative possibility. For example, some people, they can tolerate anything in their life, even the poverty, but not sickness. Some people, they can tolerate anything in their life, even sickness, anything, but not poverty. Some people, they will tolerate anything, but they don't want to lose their husband or wife. Some people, they will tolerate anything, they just don't want to lose their son. Some people will tolerate anything, but they can't handle the prison or even the fear of jail. Some people can tolerate anything. No problem about no fear of jail, no fear of disease, no fear of poverty, no fear of losing the house, no fear of losing the spouse, no fear of losing even the kids. They just can't handle a morning without a cup of coffee. Understand, something which triggers anxiety, panic, I can't deal it, which triggers you to lose your prajna, that your existence, which just imbalances your prajna. Listen carefully. That is what is the bump for the Kala Chakra to roll smoothly. Marana Smarana will point out what is it that makes you lose your prajna, your existence. Listen carefully. There are some people who are ready to lose anything, but not the house they are living. There are some people who are ready to lose everything, but not any parts of the body in accident. There are some people who are ready to lose anything, but afraid of getting imprisoned, jailed. There are some people who are ready to lose, they have no fear of jail, poverty, health, but they can't even think of losing the spouse. So like this, each one has some trigger point which makes you fall out of your prajna, balance of your prajna. Marana smarana triggers that. Listen carefully. You all should do marana smarana and trigger that pain point and heal it once for all. You just have to poke that tumor and pus should come out. What can be done? Nothing can be done. If the pus is taken out, even if you are collapsed, even if you collapse for 2-3 days, nothing wrong. But don't go for any other alternative, diverting, addictive methods. Face the marana smarana with boldness and courage. I tell you, anyone who faces marana smarana boldly and courageously gains a very powerful prajna. And I tell you, powerful prajna is the most beautiful asset. How these celebrities all, they ensure their beautiful part of their body like eyes, lips, thighs, hands, leg, how they nose, all that, and different maybe other parts also, how they ensure beautiful parts of their bodies, the different celebrities. Same way, the most valuable part of your life, part of you, is the consciousness, the powerfulness you raise through marana smarana. Marana smarana means remembrance of the death. What is triggered in you by remembrance of the death, you should go through that and build a most powerful, beautiful personality, conscious being, prajna, pratyagatma chaitanya, individual consciousness, jiva, self, for yourself. For all my disciples, listen carefully. See, now what I am talking is a knowledge for an onlooker. If somebody is just a viewer or visitor listening, what I am talking is a knowledge. They may think, wow, this guy is talking something great. But for all my disciples, what I am talking is a boon. I am giving you commitment. Don't worry, you boldly do marana smarana. You will not fall into depression, I promise. I promise. You will not fall into depression. You will identify what is the pain point you have which is stopping your maturity. I tell you, even if you fall into fever, shiver, collapse 1 or 2 days, it's okay. It's okay. When you do marana smarana, remembrance of death, I tell you, actually now the Bhishma Parva is coming. Bhishma Parva is a beautiful time to leave the body. I am not asking you to die. No, none of you will die. Name bhakta pranashyati. My devotee shall never perish. My devotee will never perish. My devotee never perishes. Understand? Neither you will die, nor you will be destroyed. Don't worry. I only wanted you to do the Marana Smarana, which will strengthen your inner space. If you all do Marana, remembrance of the death, you will become so beautiful. I fall in love with you guys. Whoever has done Marana Smarana, come to terms with Marana Smarana. I will fall in love with you. If you want your Guru to be in love with you, just do only one thing. Build a matured being through Marana Smarana. I tell you. See, I'm giving you the exact key. Listen. You remember about your death. You feel, oh God, I don't know why Swamiji is telling me to remember about my death. There are so many wonderful things. Why can't I remember and think of all that? He's telling me to remember about my death. I don't know whether I am okay if death happens very smoothly, but if some accident happens and some parts of my body collapses, and especially these TV shows are there, I should not have been alive. There are TV shows, I should not have been alive. Like in aircraft accidents, people get caught in some island, or they get lost in some remote forest. These climbers, hill climbers, they get lost in some ice, snow. You would have seen all these stupid shows. No, I don't want to blame those shows. Why should we blame them? You will be remembering all of that in your mind. Oh God, my death, will it happen like that? Will it happen like this? All that insecurity. Please understand. When you do the Marana Smarana, Bhishmashtami is 2nd February. So, when you do the Marana Smarana, first thing, nothing wrong will happen to you. All my disciples should know very clearly, Marana Smarana will make you more beautiful. And I really want you to know, Marana Smarana will make your liver very actively involved with the life. Your whole body will become beautiful. Your eyes will become bright. All kinds of fears will rise in you. Just sit in your bed and what can be done? Yes, this is, I don't know. These are all possibilities. And you need to know, all your fears are more like a drug addiction. The delusion coming down, not like a real fact. Listen to this. This is the boon I am giving for my disciples. Listen this. There is certain level of toxins in your body. That level of toxins decides the panic attack and feeling terrorized. As long as the quantity of those toxins is left in your system, your life will have a very cheap, low quality. Anybody can frighten you. Anybody can make you shiver. Piss in the pants. Any other words you want, you can use. The greatest Paramashiva's grace I have is nobody can frighten me. Nobody can frighten me. Even if I am touching the feet of the donkey, it is just for the sake of my mission. I feel my mission is more important than my ego. And of course, I don't have ego, so no problem. I may look like touching the feet of the donkeys. Like how I am telling you, hey, don't waste time in fighting. Let us do our mission. That doesn't mean I'm afraid of fights. It doesn't mean I'm afraid of donkeys. Understand? I'm giving more importance to the mission than these donkeys, that's all. Nobody can frighten me. Is the greatest blessing Paramashiva has given me. Listen. Somebody has put a t-shirt in the internet. Whether he put it in the right way or wrong way, I don't know. Nithyananda brand. Shock everyone. Make it happen. Actually, that is my brand. From the time I am born, this is what is my lifestyle. Every time I'll shock everyone by making it happen. Make it happen. Shock everyone. It's the brand of Nithyananda. Nobody thought. Understand? See, today only I remembered, Kuppamal did not die in 1995. It was much early. I was in first year or second year itself, diploma itself, Kuppamal died. So it must be 1992 or 93. We'll find out exact date. She died. Surely when I was minor, much earlier than 1995, because 1995 the college is over, the polytechnic which I was studying. But I remember Kuppamal passed away when I was in first year or second year. So it must be 1993 or most probably 1993. And anyhow, nobody in Tiruvannamalai thought I'll continue my journey after my gurus passed away, because especially they passed away so young. See, they put me in the Sarvanyapita, they initiated me, they finished all the spiritual responsibilities and everything. When I was around 10, 12, I think time itself they finished one by one. Before Isaki Swamigal left the body, they finished literally all the ritualistically whatever was needed. And then 1991 he passed away. Before that they finished everything. And then the remaining few things, like a last, before leaving whatever they need to impart, Kuppamal did some part and Raghupati Yogi did part and everything was done. I am like a 15-year-old boy, 16-year-old boy. 1994 and 94 I must be 16-year-old boy, 78 born. So nobody thought I'll take my life very seriously in the spiritual path. They thought, okay, many small kids run around with these Swamis, gurus, and when they die, then they just go back to study and continue with the regular life and get married and go and do all that. That's then regular family and get a job. And nobody thought I'll be so serious. My family was actually shocked. Of course, only one or two people who know me thoroughly, like my grandfather, he did not get shocked. But he was insistent that I should not leave Tiruvannamalai, I should stay in Tiruvannamalai itself, and he himself will build an ashram for me and I should stay there. And that is what he was insisting. But I shocked everyone. I shocked the people who resisted sannyas. I shocked the people who did not have confidence that I will be successful in my sannyas. I shocked the people who thought I will not be able to survive outside Tiruvannamalai. My grandfather thought I may not be able to survive outside Tiruvannamalai. One gang thought I will not be serious about sannyas. One gang thought I will not be successful. Many gangs. I shocked all the gangs. When I took it seriously and made it
and successful. I made it happen. I just made it. 1999, by 1999 I made it, and 2000 started the ashram. So understand, yes, now we have the exact date. I was 17-year-old, minor boy only. Kupammal passed away. And from Polytechnic, I came and performed all the last rituals for her. All the last rituals, Linga Pradya, everything I did personally. And that's one good thing. Anyhow. But understand, nobody ever thought to make it happen. I was put in the Sarvanya Pita. See, given sannyas and started the Chaturmasya when I was at the age of 3. At the age of 3, they've declared that I am an incarnation, and they gave me sannyas and started making me do the Chaturmasya Vrata. Because the Kanchi Swami wanted I should have the maximum number of Chaturmasya as my record. And my Sannidhanam, 230th Sannidhanam, Tondemandala Sannidhanam, he was asking advice from Kanchi Swami, Paramacharya, that what all should be done to make me very gloriously presented to the world. And all of you should know all these. We have documents and evidence, and people who directly heard from these Sannidhanams are still alive, and we have direct evidences from them. Anyhow, the Sannidhanam goes to Kanchi Swami and asks, what can I do for him to have the best, glorious? And Sannidhanam was very happy that I am born in his community. And Paramacharya gave few advices. Make him learn Sanskrit also, not just Tamil. And don't try to keep him just for your mutt. He will revive many mutts and do a lot of good work all over the world. And teach him Vedanta also. You should not just keep him teaching only Siddhanta. You should teach him Vedanta also. And all these were direct advice given by Paramacharya to 230th Guru Maha Sannidhanam. And Sannidhanam followed all of that. See, hardly at the age of 3, they have given me sannyas and started making me do the Chaturmasya. I still remember. And then by that time I was 10, they already put me as in the Sarvanya Pita with the grace of Paramashiva and started training me as a Pidadhipati. You can see the photograph of me sitting as a Pidadhipati with a full, that Sivanyana Golukkachi, with all the Rudrakshas and like Guru Maha Sannidhanams. Hardly 12, 13-year-old boy sitting in front of Arunachala hill, that Panjamukam, Sivanyana Golukkachi, Paramashivanyana Golukkachi, how the Sannidhanam sit with a turban on the head and full of Rudraksha and covering the chest, Kottumalai, all types of Rudraksha malas, and sitting in Chinmudra, that's called Sivanyana Golukkachi. And so by
I don't know exactly which year, they put me in the throne, and she has even written a clear paper that recording the Guru Parampara, documenting the Guru Parampara from Isaki Swami, Kuppammal and me, and same place, sitting and taking pictures. That Guru Parampara, like a handing over of the tradition.
பூஜை செய்தார் இம்மையிலும் நன்மை தரும் என்னும் திருநாமம் தன்னை சூட்டிக் கொண்டார். சிவனுடல் நின்றே சிவசக்தி என்றே அன்னையும் எழுந்தாள் அவனுடனே. ஈசனின் பெருமை பேசிட நான் இங்கு பிறவியும் குதேன் அதில் சுகமே.
Listen, nobody ever thought I'll make it. By the grace of Paramashiva, I made it. The only reason I made it is the grace of Paramashiva. Nobody was able to make me shiver. I tell you, Marana Smarana will free you from all fears. You will go on be creating right strategies. See, if you don't have fear inside, that is like you are absolutely loving yourself. You will see what is external attacks happening on you. You will not be wasting time on internal fight. Listen carefully. Fear is nothing but internal fighting. And I tell you, fear is the sleeping cell of your enemy inside your consciousness. Mark this word. I want all of you to mark this word. You heard of sleeping cell? How? The enemy's sleeping cell inside you is your fear. Because I don't have any sleeper cell of any of these abusers, attackers, enemies inside me, I am going on winning. These attackers, abusers, enemies, they cannot imagine why I am strategizing. They cannot conceive or think, Ray, what this fellow is strategizing, what is he going to do? They cannot imagine, they cannot even think my strategies. That is my success. Understand? Because they do not know how to agitate me. They don't have their sleeper cell inside me. Listen to this very carefully. Listen. You guys to see this Arunachalas. See this photo where my Paramaguru Isaki Swami is sitting. The same, that is a Sarvanya Pita. Traditional ritual is performed there, and then Vibhudanandapuri, my Guru, is sitting. And then my Guru has made me sit in the same and did all the Pattabhishekam and regular rituals and handed over all the Danda, Kamandala, Shanka. That is that symbol, all the worship deities, the Guru Parampara deities and the Rudrakshmala, Kavi, everything she handed over. You can see, hardly I think must be 12 or 13-year-old boy. The document letter she wrote very late, much later, because in that letter itself she has pasted this photo. It means this photo is taken much earlier than the letter. The letter is dated I think 1992 or 94, I don't know. And you can see. Anyhow, all this has happened before 94. 94, I am hardly 16. 78 born means 94, I am hardly 16. So before I am 16, when I was minor, this whole thing is done. 1994, the letter is written. The letter is dated 1994, means I am hardly 16, not even 17, 16-year-old boy. So everything is done before when I was 16, and Pitam was handed over, the Guru Parampara is handed over, and whole thing is done. And then the whole vision is given that I have to manifest. With the grace of Paramashiva, I have to manifest the whole Kailasa. And I was given a clear instruction and guidance that I have to study how the international organization, Sangha, Hindu Sanghas function, and I have to do all the Purva Bhaksha, everything by my own Padayatra. And nobody thought I'll make it happen. You can see the village boy. And with the grace of Paramashiva, I made it happen. The only thing, Paramashiva's biggest blessing on me is there is no shivering in me. Absolutely focused on goal. Sometimes, even if I look like or I act like, it appears like I am touching the donkey's feet and moving, it is just because I put my mission as my priority. There is no fear. It's not that Vasudeva was afraid of donkeys and he touched the feet of donkeys. He doesn't have time to waste and fight with them. He has to safeguard Krishna. Mission was more important at that time than the ego. That's all. So understand. Mark this statement. Your enemy's sleeper cell inside your consciousness is your fears. By marana smarana, remembrance of death, consciously unfacing all the fears, you will change altogether the quality of the metal out of which you are made. Listen, the ultimate alchemy, jnana rasavadam. Jnana rasavadam will happen. Please understand. With the love of the Guru, especially when I am telling you, listen, to all my disciples, I am telling you, because I love you, I am asking you to do Marana Smarana. I will never ask you to do something wrong. Not only that, why will I put you in depression? I really love you. With my support and assurance and deep love, do Marana Smarana, you will altogether become a different metal. Some places you will feel, I will be there with you and support you, raise you and change the whole space and take you to Kailasa. Sometimes in some places you will feel, I will give you the right knowledge and raise you, your consciousness, whatever you feel. Whether you feel, I will give a knowledge and support you, or you feel, I will give energy and directly raise you to Kailasa, anything is okay. Or even if you feel, oh, Swamiji may just dump me, he will not bother about me because I have done something wrong. Even that is one more fear. Losing the biggest support of life, Guru. Even that is one more fear. Do the Marana Smarana. I tell you, because I love you, I will never give up on you. I will make you understand even your fear about losing me is one more stupid fear, not reality. And the amount of fear you experience is only the amount of toxins. It has nothing to do with reality or facts. How much of possibility is there snake biting you? Almost 0.000000000%. But how many people see snake in dream, waking state, all the kind of states? Even when they are scrolling the Facebook, if there is a snake photo on the Facebook, people will not touch that. They will scroll in the side. They will not touch that photo of snake in the Facebook screen, in touch screen also. They will not touch the photo of the Facebook. Photo of the snake in the touch screen. How many of you are like that? Even if it is a snake's photo in the touch screen, you will not touch that photo in the touch screen. I tell you, Marana Smarana alters the kind of the material you are made. And Marana Smarana will liberate you from so much of stupidity and junk you are thinking, visualizing, imagining about the past. Just now I made a statement to the beginning of the satsang. Life is not all about what you do, life is all about how you experience. Now I am making another one statement. Life is all about what you are doing to others, not what you feel about yourself. Listen, this both statement may look very contradictory. You see through the folly logic and binary logic. Binary logic is waiting to become a folly logic. It is like a man who eats 3 times a day in McDonald's is waiting to become obese and diabetic and diabesity. Now new word has come up. Obesity and diabetes together, diabesity. And he is going to die. Planning for death is every day having that big size burger, whatever, Texas size, whatever. Eating left and right. Plan for death. Same way, listen. I've seen people. They will do all kinds of fantasizing imagination about body, healthy lifestyle, everything. But when it comes to the time of eating, that's it. Everything is forgotten. Everything is forgotten. Nothing is remembered. Listen. This Marana Smarana will break tons of pains and frustration. Like a feeling of unloved, unattended, ungrounded, don't know what I am and what will happen to me, where will I land, how will I evolve, and a deep feeling that you failed your life or your life failed you. Understand, that is one of the biggest crises. Sleeper cell of enemies. Inside you is your fear. Sleeper cell of enemies. Inside you is your fear. Now I will explain the second statement I made. Second statement I made is life is all about what you do to others, not about what you feel about yourself. Here I mean drop the selfishness, constant selfishness, and plans to pamper yourself and get out of your shell and go on enriching, supporting, contributing to people, even your business, your profession, your job, your work, if it is helping people, directly supporting people, enriching people, become workaholic, nothing wrong. If you are wiping the shoes of people every day, if you are supplying water to people every day, if you are supplying the right food to people every day, if you are teaching people right knowledge every day, if you are helping people to have a better life, like if you are working in a bank, if you are working in an IT company, you are trying to help make the world better place. And if you are helping people with the medical care and whatever, right medical care and right banking, right things, even that is enriching. Become workaholic and do that. You will see, you will become altogether a different kind of metal. Marana Smarana will destroy selfishness. It will bring right knowledge about what you cognize about yourself and less feelings about what you feel about yourself. Listen, powerlessness, selfishness, both are one and the same. A person who is powerless, who does not have a right consciousness about themselves, will be so selfish. I made two statements. One statement, life is nothing to do with what you do. It's something to do with how you feel and experience about you. Second statement I told, life is all about what you do to others and not about what you feel about yourself. Seemingly the two statements seems to be very contradicting. And I tell you, in the first statement, when I said, I meant having powerful cognitions is the right thing. Second statement, when I said, I mean the same thing. If you have a powerful cognitions, you will not be selfish. You will not be thinking all the time about yourself. You will be so active and contributing. Understand? Active and contributing to others' life, enriching the whole world, happens with Marana Smarana. If you do Marana Smarana, I tell you, the greatest boon giver is Paramashiva, because he is embodiment of Marana Smarana. Ishana, Paramashiva, Rudra, Shiva is embodiment of Marana Smarana. Because of that, he is ultimate giver. He goes on giving. Marana Smarana makes you a different metal altogether. Today, whatever I am talking is two important things from Akashic records I am revealing. You please watch this satsang at least 3-4 times. Only then you will understand what I am talking. It looks very... listen. It's like a different dots I am connecting. That whole zigzag puzzle I am connecting. If you watch this satsang 3-4 times only, you will understand how I am connecting the whole zigzag puzzle. Selfishness, powerlessness, fear, all that I am connecting. A powerless man will be so selfish, terrorized all the time, immature cognition. He will feel loaded about the past and terrorized about birth. Means any small change. He can't handle even a small change. And when you can't handle even a small change, terrorized about the future. Future will be glorious only with the wild and wide changes. Listen carefully. A man who is enjoying wide and wild changes. Now for last 2 years almost I stayed in one room. I can't even say in one place. It's called, I should say, one room. Just giving satsang and sitting in samadhi. But suddenly, by the grace of Paramashiva, from next month, I'm going to be doing grand world tours. I'm ready and excited. Not addicted to sitting in one place, in one room. Same way, if Paramashiva's grace situation needs me to sit in one room silently and give satsangs, I will do that for any number of years. I neither have a problem for this nor have a problem for that. There was a time where thousands were flacking me every day and no time even to drink water. In the car I'll drink and eat, and the old devotees, they know. One of my devotees sitting in Pattanam Adinam now, Tyagarajan, Rasipuram Tyagarajan, he knows. Morning 6 o'clock I'll start the Kalpatarudha session. Night 8 o'clock the sessions will be over and I'll start the darshan. It will go next day morning, early morning 4 o'clock. I'll finish the darshan and start to the next city. In the car I'll eat and sleep. Next city I'll go within 3 or 4 hours and start the next session, next day session. Next session, in that 3 hours only, sleep, food, all in the car. Next city I'll start the Kalpataru. And that whole day Kalpataru class and night darshan, and next day again by 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock I'll be in the next city. Like this, not 1 day or 2 days, day in and day out I have done. And I am not addicted to that lifestyle. When needed, I started just sitting and healing people, blessing people, and flocked by thousands sannyasis, brahmacharis, brahmacharinis. And when needed, situation demanded, I was sitting in one room all alone, not even seeing human beings, just giving online satsang and sitting in samadhi. Understand, neither addicted to crowded lifestyle, glorious life, nor addicted to the seclusive life. Nothing, no addiction, but ready to face, ready for any wild changes of the future. I tell you, this is what is the guts, courage for new births. And courage for future. If you want glorious future, be ready for wide and wild changes. Always Paramashiva's grace will bring you auspiciousness. I'm telling you, it will bring only auspiciousness. Nothing wrong will happen. Everything will happen only in a right way. As I said, nothing falls apart. Everything falls in place. Things fall apart for the people who are terrorized and frightened. Things fall in place for the people who are absolutely surrendered and centered to Paramashiva. Integrated to Paramashiva. I tell you. Marana Smarana shakes and makes you drop all the rust and dust wear and tear, the whole toxins melts down. And listen carefully. When the toxins melts down, you will not feel the past as a load or curse. Any being to feel the hope about the future should feel past as either best has happened or at least good has happened. Good or best. Only these two has happened. Nothing wrong has happened. They all added, enriched me. Everything enriched me. Somewhere or other. That kind of a feeling when you have about your past, you are detoxed absolutely. Marana Smarana has attained completion. You become altogether a different metal. Understand? When we energize the deities, huge size deities, taller than your height. If you have to install a deity, you have to put a Mercury under the deity. Like in Bididi I have put. Only in India I have put Mercury. In outside India, legally it is not allowed to put the Mercury. So only in India I put. Under the Garbhagraha deities, the energized Mercury is kept. For that energizing, there are many processes. One process is just by energy, it becomes solid, from liquid to solid. That's what I have done and installed it under the Garbha Mandir. There is one more process where you go on be adding gold, and gold will melt into Mercury. At one point, it will become so saturated, no more gold will melt into that Mercury. Understand? It will just be saturated. It will be altogether a different metal at that time. I tell you, if you add Marana Smarana into your being, remembrance of death, so much shaking, detox, everything will happen. Finally, at one point, you will altogether become a different metal, kind of a joy and stability. You will feel the past is an amazing blessing. Your whole past was great or good. No question of bad. There is nothing bad. Then you will get the guts and courage, hope, joy, energy for future. Understand? The greatest renunciation, Tyaga, is renouncing the delusion. Your past was wrong and past is a load. You feel past is a load because in the present you are so immature and shivering with the death, the ideas of death, shivering and having panic attack about the change. Listen, life is for people who celebrate change, not just tolerate, celebrate change. You may think, what is this? How can Marana Smarana be related to planting my future, manifesting my future? You need to understand. What you feel about your past is the feeling you have about your life. If you feel very sweet and nice about the past, you will start contributing to people's lives so much. And I tell you, I feel so much loved, cared, attended deeply inside me in my past by all of you. First, by my gurus, next, by my disciples. So this feeling gives me tremendous energy and inspiration, feeling supported. So that gives me the energy to work for all of you for future. I am very clear I will be working for all of you continuously, day in, day out. I am not only celebrating the wild changes. I'll be constantly working for all of you with lots of energy, enthusiasm, excitement. And first thing now I am building is evolving some of the most sweet, loving, caring people who feel past is a blessing. And either it was great or good. There is nothing wrong. That kind of a completion people who have that kind of a completion with themselves and the life and the world, then I can easily make them manifest Kailasa for them. Understand? I can easily make you manifest powers. If you feel the time you spent as the past, either great or good things only happened, nothing wrong has happened. See, I tell you, very, very important secret. Listen. When you are filled with sexual hormone, male hormone or female hormone, when it is in the brim level overflowing, lust and fear both can shake you. When the sexual hormones are released, you will see neither lust nor fear will have a say over you. One more truth I want to tell you. In the dream, if you see the restroom, understand it's a trap, not restroom. In the dream, if you see the restroom and feel like going to the restroom, urinating, it's a trap, not restroom. You will be urinating on the bed. Say, it means what? If your bladder is full, it can manifest a whole restroom in your dream and make you feel very comfortable and safe and secured and make you urinate. Same way, if your hormones are full in your body, it can manifest a reasonless, absolutely cheap lust and make you act, function. When that hormones are not there suddenly, when they are released, suddenly you see the reality is different. I tell you, life is all about powerful cognitions you have inside. Life is all about the contribution you are doing to the world, to others. It has nothing to do with the fears you feel. Actually, nobody cares about the fears you feel. That's the truth. You should know. By showing fear, nobody is going to sympathize with you. It is not cute. People may, in front of you, just not to hurt you, they may show sympathy. Oh, sorry, I am feeling really sorry for you and all that. Just that side they will turn, They will either ease you, or they will forget you, or they will enjoy secretly your fears. I tell you, fear is not cute for yourself or for others. What is fear? Emotional shit. What is fear? Emotional shit. So, I tell you, reduce the fear to physical component. Don't give the fear the psychological power. Then you can never break fear. Fear is nothing but toxic shit sitting in your lower intestine. Understand? Listen to the lower intestine. Fear is nothing but the toxic shit sitting in your lower intestine. All you need is just marana smarana and detoxification. That's it. Just have marana smarana and detox. With all my feeling, love and responsibility for all of you, I'm telling you to do marana smarana. Remembrance and consciously facing death. I tell you, you should never ever contemplate suicide. Suicide is the worst sin. In Hinduism, suicide is the worst sin. Suicide is neither allowed, you can't even think of suicide. When I say marana smarana, it is not thinking about suicide, it is contemplating, facing the fears triggered when you remember about death. Listen carefully. One of my sannyasini has sent a question to me. Can death be contemplated even in the level of identity also? Answer for her. Sit and contemplate where all you broke your integrity with Guru. Complete with Guru. And realign with Guru. Bring the integrity back to your Guru and the commitment you gave it to your Guru and the relationship between you and your Guru. If you heal that, that's enough. That will take care of everything. Deep integrity and groundedness with Guru takes care of everything. I have so much to reveal from the Akashic records. I think today I have spoken with too much of force and power. Too many things I have shared. Today, whatever I have spoken, if you just listen, internalize, easily you can manifest your future. Future is nothing but what you feel about the past. What you feel about the past only is going to manifest as future. If you feel glorious, joyful, golden about past, you will manifest that future. If you feel terrorized, shivering, shaken, beaten, abused, harassed by the past, in the past, you are going to reproduce that same thing in the future. See? That is why I am saying, Do not try to imagine, visualize, verbalize, tell others that your past was worst. It's a lie. You also know. After a few days, you forget you are telling a lie and you start believing it's a truth. So I made these two statements. Contemplate on this. First statement I am making. Your life has nothing to do with what you do, and it is all about how you experience you, your consciousness. Second statement I am making. Life has nothing to do, life is everything about what you are contributing to others, not about what you feel about yourself. Both looks very contradicting or paradox. If you understand in both words, in both statements, I mean different truths, different level truths. First statement when I say you, I mean different. Second statement when I say you, I mean different. First statement when I say about you, I am talking about consciousness. Second statement when I am saying about you, it's about that selfish, too much of me. That powerlessness, weak selfishness. If you understand both statements, you will understand both mean same. Through both statements, I am revealing the same truth. I want all of you to do the Jivartha Sadas on these two statements. On these two statements. And today with this process, I want to break all the fears and take away all the toxins from your system. Fear is just physical toxin. Listen to what I am saying. Don't believe what the stupid society taught you. Society wants to bind you and keep you under bondage, so it teaches all shit to you. Fear is nothing but simple physical toxins sitting in your lower intestine. If you clean and detox yourself, all the fears will be lost and you will feel your past was never a load or harassment or abusal. It's a blessing. It has grown you. It has helped you to grow so much. And you evolve. You will realize that. Second, when you feel the past is great and the fear of death dissolves, you will not be afraid of changes. Being who is not afraid of changes enjoys glorious future. Glorious future. This all cosmic law I am revealing. Take all this cosmic legal opinion. You don't need to do separate spiritual practices. Just manifest all of these great truths. Now, for all my disciples, today's process is my personal gift. I'll be like a Sarabeshwara by my deep breathing, prana. I'll just drive away all the fears from you guys. Understand? From last 1.5 hours, this whole satsang, whatever I spoke. For all the visitors and viewers, it is a good knowledge. For sympathizers, wow, what a good teacher he is. That's all. for my disciples who declared your integrity to me. It's a boon I am giving you. For all my disciples, I am giving you the boon. I am spending my time only for my disciples. All my disciples sit now. I'll do a spiritual process where I'll clean the whole shit and toxins in your system and destroy your fears. Listen. Now the 21 minutes is the time. I'm going to do the real work on you. Understand? For all my disciples, this is the boon I am giving. Forget about others. If you are integrated to me, declaring your integrity to me, the boon I am giving you now is I'll blast your Kundalini, ignite your Kundalini Shakti, awaken it, and detox you completely. Make all the toxins leave your system and make your fears irrelevant. Like I'll make you altogether different metal. Understand, I am not going to be solving your problem. I am going to make all your problems irrelevant to you. So listen. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Declare to yourself your integrity to Paramashiva and Guru, and decide you will face anything, any fear, with the strength of the Guru, and I am committing with you. I'll be there with you for everything. I'll be there. I'll change the whole energy. Don't worry. For all my disciples, be very clear, I am Paramashiva. And I am talking to you, to my disciples. Paramashiva, me being Paramashiva, is the relationship between you and me. Nobody else has a right to interfere in that. It's our personal relationship and understanding with each other. It is not the declaration for public. It is a declaration for my intimate people. I don't need to declare to everyone who I am. And I will reveal who I am to the people whom I love. Why should I reveal who I am to the fools? Stupid dash fellows. So, to all my disciples I declare I am Paramashiva and I will reveal me to you all. Now, by igniting your Kundalini, blasting your Kundalini, I'll raise you, and with the grace of Paramashiva, I'll connect you to Paramashiva, Sri KAILASA. Let's start. Sit straight. Chant Mahavagya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
கருணார்ணவமாய் கருதக்கதினல்கும் அருணாச்சல சிவமீதா
அதுவே தலம் அருணாச்சலம் தலம் யாவிலும் அதிகம். அது பூமியின் இதயம் அறி அதுவே சிவன் இதய பதியாம் ஒரு மருமத்தலம் பதியாம் அவன் அதிலே பதிவானொளி மலையாய் நிதம் அருணாச்சலமெனவே. ஆதி அருணாச்சல பேரற்புதலிங்கத்துருக்குள் ஆதிநாள் மார்கழியில் ஆதிரை ஜோதி எழும் ஈசனை மால் முன்னமரர் ஏற்றி வழிபட்ட நாள் மாசி சிவராத்திரி அம்மற்று. உருவாயும் மொழி மங்குகிரியாக தங்களால் உலகம் தாங்குவதற்கன்றி இங்குறைவன் சித்தனென என்றும் எனதுள்ளே பொங்கி ஒளிரும் புகைப்பல் போகமொடு என்றுள்ளே. எல்லா உலகும் தகையவியலால் புல்லாவினைகள் குணமாம் புகலீது இல்லாததுவாம் எது கண்ணுரலால் எல்லாரருணாச்சலமாம் இதுவே எல்லாரருணாச்சலமாம் இதுவே. தெரியல்லை உற்று கண்ணுற்றால் கருத்தினால் தூர கருதினாலுமே வருத்தமுறாது வராத வேதாந்த அறுத்த விஞ்ஞானம் ஆர்க்கும் உண்டாமே அறுத்த விஞ்ஞானம் ஆர்க்கும் உண்டாமே. யோசனை மூன்றாம் இத்தலவாசற்கு ஆசருதி கையாதியின்றியுமின் பாசமில் சாயுச்சியம் பயக்குமே ஈசனம் என்றன் ஆணையினானே ஈசனம் என்றன் ஆணையினானே. கருணாரச சிவமேதான். அதுவே தலம் அருணாச்சலம் தலம் யாவில் அதிகம். அது பூமியின் இதயம் அறி அதுவே சிவன் இதய பதியாம் ஒரு மருமத்தலம் பதியாம் அவன் அதிலே பதிவானொளி மலையாய் நிதம் அருணாச்சலம் எனவே. ஆதி அருணாச்சல பேரற்புதலிங்கத்துருக்குள் ஆதிநாள் மார்கழியில் ஆதிரை அஜோதி எழும் ஈசனை மால் முன்னமரர் ஏற்றி வழிபட்ட நாள் ஆசி சிவாத்திரி அம்மற்று. உருவாயும் மொழி மங்குகிரியாக தங்களருளால் உலகம் தாங்குவதற்கன்றி இங்குறைவன் சித்தனென என்றும் எனதுள்ளே பொங்கி ஒளிரும் புகைப்பல் போகமொடு என்றுள்ளே. எல்லா உலகும் தகையவியலால் புல்லாவினைகள் குணமாம் புகலீது இல்லாததுவாம் எது கண்ணுறலால் எல்லாரருணாச்சலமாம் இதுவே.
மனம் என்பதே உனை நாடவே இசை பாடினோம் ஸ்ரீநாதா. தரும் நன்மைகள் வரும் கோடியே அதை நாடினோம் கோவிந்தா. கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா. கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா. கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா. கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா. அகம் தன்னிலும் புறம் தன்னிலும் அமர்கின்றவா ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணா. அகம் தன்னிலும் புறம் தன்னிலும் அமர்கின்றவா ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணா. சுகம் சேர்த்திடும் ஜெகநாதனே நலம் கூட்டிடும் நாயகனே. சுகம் சேர்த்திடும் ஸ்ரீதரனே இடம் தன்னிலும் பரம் தன்னிலும் அருள் சேர்த்திடும் ஸ்ரீதரனே இடம் தன்னிலும் பரம் தன்னிலும் அருள் சேர்த்திடும் ஸ்ரீதரனே கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா மயிர் பீலிதான் அசைகின்றதே மனம் நின்றிடும் கேசவனே மயிர் பீலிதான் அசைகின்றதே மனம் நின்றிடும் கேசவனே குழல் ஊதிடும் இதழ் கொஞ்சிட குலம் காத்திடும் நாரணனே குழல் ஊதிடும் இதழ் கொஞ்சிட குலம் காத்திடும் நாரணனே உயர் மாமலை உன் கோயிலில் குளம் நின்றிடும் யாதவனே உயர் மாமலை உன் கோவிலில் குளம் நின்றிடும் யாதவனே கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா
Kundalini, the Kundalini, wake up in all the bodies now. Paramashiva is calling you. Stretch the spine, break Brahma
எங்கிலும் அருள் நாமமே தினம் பாடினோம் கோவிந்தா மனம் எங்கிலும் அருள் நாமமே
reach the crowd.
கோவிந்தா பொருள் தந்திடும் புகழ் தந்திடும் எழில் வண்ணனே
Manifest through me and explode in every being.
உயர் வானிலை கவிற்றும்
All of us, let us experience complete detoxification, fearless space,
கோவிந்தா
the
ஹரி ஹரி
space of Paramashiva.
கோவிந்தா
Let Paramashiva manifest
ஹரி கோபாலா
absolute purity, energy, strength, joy, pure consciousness, and auspicious birth, death, past, future, and present.
நீதான் அசைகின்றதே மனம் நின்றிடும் கேசவனே.
குழல் ஊதிடும் இதழ் கொஞ்சிட குலம் காத்திடும் நாரணனே.
குழல் ஊதிடும் இதழ் கொஞ்சிட குலம் காத்திடும் நாரணனே.
உயர் மாமலை உன் கோயில் குளம் நின்றிடும் யாதவனே.
உயர் மாமலை உன் கோவிலில் உரம் நின்றிடும் யாதவனே.
கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா.
கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா.
மனம் எங்கிலும் அருள் நாமமே தினம் பாடினோம் கோவிந்தா.
மனம் எங்கிலும் அருள் நாமமே தினம் பாடினோம் கோவிந்தா.
பொருள் தந்திடும் புகழ் தந்திடும் எழில் வண்ணனே கோவிந்தா.
பொருள் தந்திடும் புகழ் தந்திடும் எழில் வண்ணனே கோவிந்தா.
உயர் மாநிலை கதிச்சூரியன் வரம் தந்திடும் கோவிந்தா.
உயர் மாநிலை கவிச்சூரியன் வரம் தந்திடும் கோவிந்தா.
கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா.
கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா. கோகுல நந்தன கோபாலா கோவர்தனனே கோபாலா. கோகுல நந்தன கோபாலா கோவர்தனனே கோபாலா.
ஹரே கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா கோபாலா. ஹரே
கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா. கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா.
ஹரி மந்திரம் அருள் மந்திரம் தினம் ஓதினோம் ஸ்ரீநந்தா.
ஹரி மந்திரம் அருள் மந்திரம் தினம் ஓதினோம் ஸ்ரீநந்தா.
மனம் என்பதே உனை நாடவே இசை பாடினோம் ஸ்ரீநாதா.
மனம் என்பதே உனை நாடவே இசை பாடினோம் ஸ்ரீநாதா.
தரும் நன்மைகள் வரும் கோடியே அதை நாடினோம் கோவிந்தா.
தரும் நன்மைகள் வரும் கோடியே அதை நாடினோம் கோவிந்தா.
கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோபாலா.
கோவிந்தா ஹரி ஹரி கோவிந்தா.
Oh.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Bless you all. Let's all manifest the state space powers, being super consciousness and Sri KAILASA of Paramashiva. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, such a beautiful satsang today. As we intensely listen to Swamiji, we can see how much compassion he has for us. Not only understanding that the fear in us is the reason, the cause for our agitation, for us to be terrorized about every small change in our life, but going to the extent of the source of this agitation, the source of this fear being the fear of death, and giving a solution for that, and how the remembrance of death can actually make us beautiful, help us to have the space of Paramashiva, and not only that, how that would help us to celebrate life. Such layers and layers of truth that Swamiji has given so that we can enjoy and celebrate our life. And even to the extent that when we remember death, for those blessed ones, disciples of Swamiji, we just know that we would just spend the eternity with him. Such a joyous remembrance. And to get this space, he gives us a solution of remembrance of death. Even for this, if we are afraid to do it by ourselves, to face it by ourselves, he gives us a solution. Paramashivoham, level 2, just for us, providing us the ambience, providing us the knowledge, the technique, and the space, and the energy. Is a gift for us, especially Swamiji, knowing the future, what is yet to come. He is preparing us through these daily satsangs and now the special sessions that we have with him every night. As the courtyard sessions, the exclusive sessions that we have with Swamiji, every opportunity that he is giving us so that we experience the space of Paramashiva. What can we do to show our gratitude? A person is so blessed when he has recognized to have a guru in his life. Even more blessed when Paramashiva himself has come down to planet Earth to be our guru. As Guru Purnima is approaching, as we are celebrating the presence of Guru in our life, the only thing that we can offer is our gratitude in the form of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, that we celebrate the presence of Guru, we worship and thank
the Guru for happening in our life and to always have the grace of Guru in our life. As Swamiji said, his devotees shall not perish. That is the greatest blessing that we can have as he guides us through every ups and downs and the wide changes that happen in our life. Let us celebrate the presence of Guru in our lives, especially with the Guru Purnima on July 5th, by offering our gratitude through the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So, millions of opportunities that Swamiji gives us so that we realize the greatest possibility of Paramashiva in us. So do not miss these great opportunities of celebrating or even achieving that space of oneness with Paramashiva. Paramashivoham.org is the link where you can find more information about this 16-day program, the online program which we can attend from the convenience of our home to experience this space of oneness, the space of Paramashiva, where we celebrate our existence, being in the space of Paramashiva. So register now at paramashivoham.org. Thank you, Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Let's start the power manifestation session. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, welcome to Power Manifestation Session. Such a beautiful space of powerful cognition and initiation from Bhagavan with that powerful cognition space. Let's start the power manifestation today. First, let's go through the digital security. What is power manifestation? Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift that can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita. Bhagavan beautifully says how we leave the fear component and understand and raise ourselves to the higher frequency. We will understand the fear does not even exist. Such a beautiful thing. As a child, we would have thought like many things would be lost. But as an adult, we'll understand that it can be always made, another can be made. Nothing is lost. Same way, when we are in powerful cognition and higher reality, we will understand there is nothing that can be taken away from us because we are absolute reality. Bhagavan raises us to that frequency to make us understand that we are infinite possibility and raises us to the Turyatita, the consciousness state. Paramashiva. Paramashiva is Adyomoha, the Avyakta, manifested, and Vyakta, the manifest existence. He performs the Panchakritya. He's a living being. He does the Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Throbhava, and Anugraha. Sriti, Satyojata phase. Manifestation is manifested. Manifestation is sustained. Manifestation is regenerated. Manifestation is pulled out of delusion. And manifestation is liberated. Vamadeva. Sustenance is manifested. Sustenance is sustained. Sustenance is regenerated. Sustenance is pulled out of delusion. Sustenance is liberated. Agora. Regeneration. Regeneration is manifested, regeneration is sustained, regeneration is regenerated, regeneration is pulled out of delusion, and regeneration is liberated. Tatpurusha. Delusion is manifested, delusion is sustained, delusion is regenerated, delusion is pulled out of delusion, delusion is liberated. Anugraha. Liberation is manifested, Anugraha is manifested, liberation is sustained, liberation is regenerated, liberation is pulled out of delusion, and liberation is liberated. Paramashiva, who has come down as His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam. Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is a reviver of KAILASA, ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is an avatar from and is a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has made science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based university for humanity. Sovereign order of KAILASA led by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, the Hindu diasporas are working for the global peace to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source book of Hinduism and 64 sacred arts like science of Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is the 293rd Gurmaha Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita, Sarvanya Pita, apex body, ancient apex body of Hinduism, and present emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has survived the worst prosecution of multiple assassination attempts on the person and character by anti-Hindu element. Bhagavan has given the world the science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Shastra Pramanas are the Veda Agamas, which are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamars, Alvars, and Siddhas, who are the authority of Hinduism, who are the scientists who have time tested and verified the science of power manifestation. Atma Pramanas are the avatar who land on the planet Earth to give a superconscious breakthrough. Here, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar, personal experience of each power manifestation. The Leelas are beautifully enacted by Bhagavan to give us a breakthrough in superconsciousness. The Shakshi Pramanas are the millions of disciples, devotees, followers initiated by Bhagavan into science of power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana is today from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 92, Dharana 69.
Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 92, Dharana 69. Vyomakaram swamatmanam dhyaye digbir anavritam nirashrayati shakti swarupam darshayet tada.
So beautiful. He has given the translation. Concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on the self, on one's self in the form of vast etheric space or sky, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chitik Shakti, the power of consciousness, is freed from all support, revealed and manifests herself as the form of one's essential nature of the self. Bhagavan beautifully says here, concentrate first, have the stability of Drida Buddhi, that the whole cognition, how we exist, the illusion inside us and which is projected as a delusion, which is only creating confusion more and more fear and more confusion. Bhagavan beautifully says, when you unclutch from that and when you recognize the higher reality, who you are, the Paramashiva space in you, simply you will understand the restful awareness of oneself. First, we need to understand who we are to ourselves, to the world, to God, everything, how our identity first manifests. If we understand the core reality, we'll wake up. Again and again, he says, we'll wake up to the higher reality to exist as a space of Paramashiva. And then we define ourselves that the space of Paramashiva, who we are, is the only reality, the only resources, how we exist. If we start cognizing that with a restful awareness, instead of getting involved with the outer world, whatever it is happening, it's only an illusion and delusion, and whatever is happening is auspicious. Bhagavan beautifully says and plays the Leela of his own life, where he goes through so many things and still be in the restful awareness and calls everything auspiciousness, raising all the humanity more and more into higher consciousness. Understanding that space and cognizing that Paramashiva is the real space in us, which is manifested even as the illusion and the delusion. When we go back to the conscious space and not with the constant negative, the hate speech inside us, the fear that is inside us, which is not true, which does not even exist, unnecessarily how we are fantasized by the outer world, same way we are fantasized by the fear. He says the fear is just powerlessness. It is not anything to do with us. If we unclutch from that completely and recognize the higher reality in us, which is the Paramashiva space in us, Bhagavan beautifully gives the example of a lion. The lion does not come and declare to the other jungle animals that I am a lion. Simply it exists. The other animals know it. Same way, when you declare your Paramashiva in every blood, flesh, bones, in everything, everybody will recognize you as Paramashiva. Simply the grace starts happening. Here he says so beautifully, when you cognize that you are Paramashiva, you are the Shakti, in the restful awareness, no violence inside us, understanding whatever is happening outside does not even relate to us. In that restful awareness, one declares simply the form from the vast etheric space, the Vyomakaram, the limitless in any direction. The consciousness is freed. When the consciousness is freed, it manifests as Shakti. So beautifully, when you declare and you understand the power of consciousness, who you are, simply you will be manifesting everything as reality. And if you sit and look in your inner space, the vast etheric space will open into the limitless possibility of consciousness. The Apta Pramana. Apta Pramanas, King Dhritarashtra, charioteer Sanjaya was blessed with third eye for 19 days. Sanjaya was describing the whole Mahabharata war to Dhritarashtra. Bhagavan beautifully says, Dhritarashtra listened to everything without a question for 9 days as Bhishma was fighting. He started only questions after the death of Bhishma. Simply because to understand, when you have somebody very powerful, you look over for them. Same way the inner space, Sanjaya was so powerful that he was able to narrate the whole story to Dhritarashtra and through his third eye. And he even narrated the whole Bhagavad Gita that he heard and narrated the whole thing to Dhritarashtra. So beautiful, the Atma Pramana. Bhagavan was once challenged by his schoolmates to reveal something that he has not learned from the five senses, just to show to the humanity that it is not the five senses how we exist, but the whole cosmos is our archive, and we can simply download any information from the whole cosmos. When his friend challenged him to see something in remote vision and describe the details, he simply took it and said, yes, tell me what you want to know. And this friend asked him, who's the deity of the temple who had never been to? And this is on top of the hill, and nobody knows the real, the deity of the temple. And Bhagavan beautifully sees it in his remote vision and says, Subramanya is the deity, Muruga is the deity. And the child was shocked to know that knowledge could be just downloaded and simply visioned by from anywhere when you connect to the space of Paramashiva. Shakshi Pramanas, we have all over the world people doing the remote vision. Here, this beautiful devotee has seen Bhagavan doing something with the statue, Ganesha statue, and to his surprise, after that, in Oneness capsule, he saw the same Ganesha and Bhagavan doing the arati. He was simply touched by what he had seen, and simply the revelation has elevated him to the next conscious space. Again and again, when you manifest powers and share with the world, you are becoming more consciousness rather than you falling in powerlessness. So let's start the round one. We're going to scan one more person, partner's childhood home. So let's connect to a friend, a family or a friend. Can you call up and explain to them that you're going to do the remote vision? Once you explain to them, scan the color of the house, the number of rooms or number of floors, and the unique features of that particular house. Whatever is revealed by Paramashiva inside you, just write down and make a recording of whatever you're doing. So simply the manifestation becomes more authentic. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line so that the Kundalini energy raises to the Agnya. Paramashiva, who has come down as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam from KAILASA, remember Paramashiva in your third eye. Making again and again, Bhagavan says, Maranam Smaranam, where you again and again raise yourself to remember Bhagavan in your third eye, you're bringing the awareness to the Agnya, which is a manifestation. How we exist as gods and goddesses is manifestation. Instead of living the lower three chakras, when you raise yourself into the higher chakras, simply you will see manifestation as your lifestyle. Here, Bhagavan tells beautifully, absolute unclutching to experience the state of Paramashiva, unclutching from all the fantasies, all the ideas, views, which is given, opinion, everything from the outer world, that it is only a dream. Complete completion inside, having a Paramashanta Swarupa inside us, where Bhagavan can reside. Only in the space of complete restful awareness, Bhagavan can manifest our reality. So unclutch from anything that is inside on anybody or any situation, just complete completion, because that never existed. Understand that never existed, and it is not something which is even touching our space of consciousness. So complete and unclutch and making redundant of what all is called your illusion or delusion, any thought current, and experiencing oneness with Paramashiva, breaking the boredom and tiredness, falling in love with the space of Paramashiva again and again creates the Shaktipada, the oneness with Paramashiva. Doing the Tyaga, that your complete strength, resources is only from Paramashiva. Other than Paramashiva, nothing is going to manifest as reality. So when you declare that, however long it takes, the will persistence that you hold, simply you will see a huge difference happening in your life. Chant the Mahavakya to raise the intensity, the frequency. Continuously when you chant from your navel, the whole being vibrates with it. It raises the frequency, and the Dvadashanta, the energy center, opens up to connect to cosmic energy center and manifest as reality. So let's start. Now for 10 minutes, we'll have a oneness capsule. Connect to the friend, explain to them, and start seeing the house in the childhood they were living, and note down the detail. Please record the whole thing, and you can share it at the end of the power manifestation. So let's start chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll play the oneness capsule now.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashi
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, so beautiful. Now we are going to have one more scan of their office of your partner or a relative house which you have never visited before. The scanning, how we are given the whole cognition, the revelation just happens in us without us visiting that place is very important, so that we know it is authentic revelation that is experienced by us. So let's again have one more round to scan their relative house or office and note the detail, whatever is revealed in your third eye. And then at the end of this round, we will share all the details and we will verify authentically and share the video with the world. So let's start the second cycle. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye again and again to bring your awareness to manifestation. Completely unclutch, absolute unclutch from whatever thought is happening to you, to bring the state of Paramashiva. Understanding this whole world is a dream, redundant, irrelevant, is a complete completion, bringing the space of Paramashiva. Feeling the Shaktipada, the oneness, and completely breaking the boredom and tiredness to experience the oneness, the powers of Paramashiva, and doing the Tyaga, complete integrity, simple obedience, that Bhagavan is your ultimate strength as being of Paramashiva, declaring that, determine that you are that Paramashiva space, and chanting the Mahavakya continuously when you contemplate on the great truth, unclutch and chant the Mahavakya, simply you will manifest any reality. Now we'll have a 10 minutes of oneness capsule, and whatever reveals in your third eye about the partner's relative's house or office or some place the relative, that partner is asking you to scan, simply whatever reveals, note it down, record the whole thing. At the end of this Mahavakya, you can share and you can verify and share with the world. So let's start this cycle. Intensely chant. Whatever reveals, even a smallest thing, start celebrating it. Paramashiva, when you celebrate the space of Paramashiva in you, you become Paramashiva. So intensely, let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's start the oneness capsule.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyanandam, so beautiful. Whatever Bhagwan has revealed, please verify with your partner the first round about their childhood home, and the second round, whatever house or home or office you scanned the places with all the details, whenever, whatever we manifested, when we share it and authentically verify it, it becomes more and more reality in our life. Please share, if you're in social media, please share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. If you're part of PMS program, Paramashivoham program, please go ahead with the next session. With this, whenever we share, we expand our inner space. More and more we contribute to the world. Bhagavan beautifully says, only then it becomes a reality. He says only two things I'm talking to you. The first thing is you understanding your identity, that you are Paramashiva. Second, he says, contribute, contribute, contribute. Only through the contribution, you will start living the space of Paramashiva. The lion, when he starts behaving like the lion, only then people are going to understand he's a lion. Same way, how we are living as the God and Goddesses, which is revealed in us as our source, again and again by manifesting and sharing with the world and causing everybody's reality, we raise ourselves by ourselves and liberate ourselves. That happens only if sharing and causing others reality, higher reality. With that, such a beautiful space, let's surrender all this powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, when we surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet, whether we manifest it or not, simply raises our frequency to the higher frequency. And with a deep gratitude and seeking, ask Bhagavan to make this as your existential reality. The Paramashiva space, the declaration, the determination, you are Paramashiva as your reality. With that, let's remember Paramashiva in our third eye and end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padhastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you in this Kailash Courtyard Manifesting Past Sessions. Make sure you share with your partners and enrich and cause them for Kailash Courtyard. Thank you, Nithyanandam.